Nou vir julle, as hierdie ding op televisie verskyn.
The 23rd of August 1998, and Carte Blanche celebrates 10 years of broadcasting, a milestone for television programming in South Africa. Over the years, the team has interviewed more than 10,000 people, shot 3.5 million meters of footage, and collected a record number of awards for investigative journalism. Carte Blanche has taken me to all corners of the earth.
This is Base Camp Mount Everest, deserted after climbing teams from around the world have returned home, leaving the mountain to its natural splendor.
This is where you'll find Zahi, right at the base of Cheops Pyramid. There's a putrid smell in the air. You can only imagine how much blood has been spilt, how many lives have been lost, how many families obliterated in this street alone. If there's one moment that captured the South African heartbeat, perfect sync, then it must be when a Boeing 747 flew unbelievably low over the heads of 62,000 people. What an incredible sight. I've never seen a jumbo flying so low. It seemed to almost hit this building over here.
On the lighter side, Derek Watts has the honour of being the first South African reporter kicked out of an all-black dressing room in 1998.
Early in the week, you would have known.
Okay. Seems like a funny attitude.
From the duck-founded end, it's long-armed Watts.
Hello. Carte Blanche, South Africa. Look forward to your visit.
Oh, thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks' time. It's a perfect day for liftoff.
That would be a prize.
Still number one on the list.
Still number one.
You pick your nose in traffic?
Never.
Please, I don't want to be slipped.
Goeiemorgen. Good morning. And whether you're online or with us here at Rockets, and those who are virtually here, still waking up, warm welcome. And first of all, thank you for not laughing watching that video of days gone by. Now, I wanted to start with a question. It's a personal question. Are you feeling down, isolated, uncertain about the future, worried about when we'll get through COVID and what happens next? Then you may be suffering from being alive and normal. But thanks for coping. Okay. My name is Derek Watts. Probably says so, yeah. But I like to sort of repeat it because, yeah, these days a lot of people think that I'm Rian Kruiwagen. I suppose we've been going a long time. And for those who don't know, and many might not know, I present a light entertainment program on Sunday nights to cheer you up. But this morning I'm here to welcome you to the Envision launch with ELEMENT8. And it seems just so appropriate that we are here at Rockets in Bryanston for this launch into cyberspace. The future is right here, and we are taking you on a journey of creating a world of absolutely limitless potential. As the invite says, and I'm sure you read it, it's time to kickstart your innovation. So we have a full day of sharing the latest industrial software. I even learned the two key elements of the Internet of Things this week. Am I right? They are sensors and activators. There's a little bit of a nod, or have I got it wrong? Okay, I read that on an EDX course. Does anybody subscribe to EDX or learn courses on EDX? Could change your life. No, EDX is an online series of courses that you can do from varsities around the world. It's just actually amazing, about 3,000 courses on everything you can imagine, from gardening to the most technical subjects. So I thought I'd learn a bit about the Internet of Things, which for me spells too much like idiot, but anyway. It's never too old to learn. So I thought before we look forward, we should take a short trip back in time and look at how communication and technology has changed over the last 50 years. Now, I didn't have to do it online because I was there, sadly. And it's good to see, well, I don't think I'm old. These days, did you call anybody old these days? No? There's always a nicer term, and yeah, I may be chronologically gifted. And there are a few other gifted people here with me today. But yeah, seriously, when Mozart was my age, he'd actually been dead for 30 years, which is quite sad, isn't it? I grew up in Bulawayo. It's the only place in Zimbabwe with the same name these days. It was in the days when only birds tweeted. But we did have selfies. A selfie is what Grandpa did when Grandma had a headache. Sorry, I was just checking if you're awake. It was a little test, excuse me for that, but it was just a little test. Now, believe it or not, I started my first job exactly 50 years ago here in Johannesburg. I'd just come out of army training, and I'd seen this advert in the newspaper and posted off my application. Jeez, I don't think anybody remembers that. And that job, which I eventually secured, was at the on-ramp to the IT superhighway. Any guesses what job it was? Yeah, no, traffic cop is probably what it should have been. But what it was, I became an operator of an ICL System 4 computer at Leo Computer Bureau in Anderson Street in Johannesburg. It was the size of a 2-bedroom apartment, and all it did was process, I think, stock control and payroll, probably with less computing power than a cheap phone from Jet Stores. Does anybody remember the ICL System 4? A few nods, thank you for that, thank you. And I'm not exaggerating, it was about the size of a 2-bedroom apartment, yeah. But my friends were in awe when I told them about this amazing machine. They were so impressed. Jeez, a little bit of suspicion, you know, computers, he's in computers, you know. Maybe don't tell him everything. But it doesn't stop there, there's much more. My next job was in London as a copier salesman for Rank Xerox. Now, I can remember being so proud of this new era at the forefront of communication. This, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, was the first machine in the world that could take a document and reproduce it on plain paper, in black and white. Wasn't that amazing? But we joke about it now, but at the time, people thought this is just as good as it gets. But my journey into the area of cutting-edge communication was just starting. I left the commercial world and started out as a cadet reporter for what was called then the Rhodesia Herald newspaper. You can picture the scene in that newsroom. We bashed out stories on Olivetti typewriters, not electric then, no, you had to press quite hard on the old keys, and that's why, I share an office with my wife, and she says, why do you bash the keys? I said, it's the way I grew up on that Olivetti typewriter. But not only that, our stories were done on small pieces of paper with carbon. So one copy could go to the editor and another copy to the works and one to be kept. Does anybody remember carbon paper? I'm glad to see getting some nodding here that I'm not alone here. If people can remember carbon paper, I call it carbon dating. And you can tell virtually how old they are, or chronologically gifted. But hold on to your seats, it gets even more earth-shattering. These precious stories that we bashed out on those typewriters were placed in a tube and went through a series of vacuum pipes down to the bottom of the building, which was called the works. They were eventually set in hot lead on clanking presses. I mean, we literally had ink in our veins. I used to sneak friends into the basement there to just show them this massive machine printing out newspapers at, must have been something like, maybe 20 a minute. I mean, isn't that incredible? Maybe it was a bit faster. But there's a saving grace in history, because that hydraulic tube was the basis for Elon Musk's Hyperloop, which runs, for 3 kilometers underneath Los Angeles. And there's a success story, isn't it? Hey, Pretoria Boys High. Anybody went to Pretoria Boys High must be very proud of Elon. I mean, apart from the Hyperloop, he's done a few other things, hasn't he? Started SpaceX, got, cosmonauts and astronauts to the ISS. Okay, and he built Tesla cars and the Powerwall. Yeah, he's done all right, hey, Elon? And I went over to his rocket factory before the first Falcon flew. And it was quite weird because it was like a garage. And all the techies, they weren't all rocket guys, they were techies, were putting together these rockets. And it was open to the street. And I just remember the sort of snack bar they had there with Red Bull and all these snacks where the techies could just go in and take what they wanted, no charge. I helped myself to a few. And there he was building the Falcon rockets. And at the time, I said, Elon, how can you have a rocket factory open to the road? So he said, you know what, if I gave the blueprints to Boeing and Arianespace, they'd still be 10 years behind because of all the red tape. And that's what Elon believes. He'll always be ahead of the pack. And of course, what he's done is reduced the price of getting to the ISS to a fraction. And made a few bob for himself. But back to more important things, like becoming a writer for SABC News, or SAUK. Okay. So this was just after television had been launched in South Africa. I mean, sorry, I'm going back to all of you, but who remembers the test pattern, the excitement of that test pattern in 1976? Wow, was that amazing? And then, Dallas, rich man, poor man. Our lives changed. Well, for those of us who were watching TV in those days, our lives changed. Didn't have much choice then, did we, hey? The news team, now I was on the news team, and we had our own version of a satellite feed because we wanted to be international. We wanted to get news from around the world. So they weren't actually satellite feeds. It was actually Davy the driver, who went to the airport every morning to collect the boxes of Viz News and UPITN, which had short clips, about 2 minutes, of world events that they'd gathered, that took time for them to gather and duplicate and put in these boxes and get them onto a plane and get to the airport. So Davy collected the boxes, and this was our big excitement of the day. And you must imagine this. Don't just think of your world now. Think of me in the newsroom when the boxes arrived and we hauled out these 2-minute clips of film. The SABC it wasn't called film, it was called film. And we would put it on these editing tables and all sit round and watch this being played on the little screen. Man, that was just out of this world. And again, friends, when I told them, I said, tonight we're going to be showing that plane crash in America. And they'd say, but it happened 4 days ago. But tonight it's going to be on TV. And but we had our ways at the old SOK. So there was this phrase we had. I mean, how can you show this old footage? We had this phrase, new evidence has come to light. We didn't invent any evidence, but came to light just so Michael De Morgan and John Bishop could read the news, could introduce those old clips. Actually, some people say, do I get nervous in front of a live crowd? And you are all live, because a lot of my work is just in front of a camera, and sometimes we have what we call an autocue, or a papagai scherm, is it? And I don't normally get very nervous, but I did go before COVID to a small town. I won't mention the name. Clocks. No, I won't mention the name. I was there to give a little bit of a talk, and the MC, he was doing his best, and he came up and he said, dames and heren, ladies and gentlemen, very fortunate that Derek Watt is here from Carte Blanche, and he's going to come straight up here and speak from the rectum. Look, I managed to get over it. Until later that night, when they'd had a few brandy and cokes, and a guy came up to me and he says, that was the truest word spoken the whole night. The journey continues. Then we launched Top Sport. Is this coming more into the memory? Top Sport. We were there in our maroon blazers, Martin Locke, myself, and of course a few of the Afrikaans presenters, old Van der Berg, who's called From the Mountains. And this was a new sports program, the country's first sports program ever. Before we used to have Trevor crossing to the cricket and everything, but this was everything in one. And we'd give scores from overseas, which came through, I think, on telex then still. So it was right up to date with the old telex, bringing through the scores, and people used to bring you the results through, and you'd read them out in your maroon blazer. And I just remember the outcry then from the wives, because there was this new sports program on, and they were complaining. They were saying, but it's 2 hours of sport every night. And now what have we got? We've got on DSTV, I was trying to work it out, but probably more than 300 hours of sport every day. That's how things have changed. And then the start of Carte Blanche, 32 years ago, almost to the day. I was 16 years old. No, not quite. So there it was, a new show, new channel. Mnet was only 2 years old. We didn't have a name, so we had a contest to find, a name for the show, and Carte Blanche was the name. And I think that has largely kept us going through the years, because we do some pretty crazy stuff. I know it is hard-hitting, I know it is quite brutal at times, but we do some quite off-the-wall stories as well, which I think is why we've lasted quite long, because whenever there's a meeting and somebody comes up with this weird and wonderful story, and we say, but how can we put that on carte blanche? They say, no, well, it's carte blanche, French, for anything goes. So that's why, yeah, anything goes. And we have these stories on carte blanche, because basically when carte blanche started, we were like, well, we had Cocky Tubal, a DJ in the studio. Our first stories were on the Bond girls, so it wasn't quite the carte blanche that you see today. But we were up against 60 Minutes, which is the most famous investigative television program in the world. And they were very hard to compete with, because they had budgets which for one program was bigger than our year of carte blanche. And we had to learn their ways of telling stories, personal stories, and not just facts and figures. So we did copy them a bit, but I still think that name of carte blanche helped us a lot. But when we started, what did we have then? I mean, I was trying to think about it. We had SABC 1, 2, and 3. Was there even a 4? Might have had a 4. And we had Mnet, so that was your lot, eh? Take your choice. See what was on your 4 channels. Now, if you've got DSTV, is what? I think it's 75 TV channels. 75. How do we keep up with 75 channels? And 95 audio channels. I mean, that is just incredible. But it's incredible to some of us here. But to the millennials, they're not actually interested anyway, are they? You got kids, young kids. Do they sit with you and watch TV? Do they? I find that they are on their laptops or whatever. They're streaming, they're YouTubing, they are vlogging, they are blogging, whatever, to watch what they want, when they want. And today's breaking news, I don't know if you heard it, Kim Kardashian is boycotting Facebook because Instagram or Insta is spreading hate around the world. So there's Kim saving the world. Kanye dit glo. So it was a bit subtle, wasn't it? But but we're talking about maybe the next contender for president of the United States. I'm talking about Kanye, not Kim, of course. Well, you never know. Maybe Kim will be. You just don't know. So on carte blanche, we've tried to keep pace with the parabola of change in every aspect of our lives. And it's been a blur of literally thousands of stories and adventures, sometimes with a bit of humor thrown in. Once I was interviewing, dropping names a bit. I shouldn't drop names because Prince Charles told me that it lacks class, so I'm sorry about that. And once I get this earpiece fixed up, the problem is my ears are so delicate that I think it just doesn't hang on. It's like Bucky's. So I was interviewing Prince Andrew, and he said, what's this program all about? So I said, well, it's called Carte Blanche. And I said, anything goes, it's the French. And basically, stories, oh no, this is getting unplayable. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is ask you to put some tape on it. Sorry about this. You see, in the era of technology and the superhighway, we still have simple problems, like a piece of sticky tape. Sorry about that. And to all those watching online, apologies. Go make yourself a cup of tea. Or I hope there's nothing stronger at this time of morning. At least we do have a little bit of alcohol in the house. Right, that's great. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I was saying, I don't like to drop names, but I was interviewing Prince Edward, not Prince Andrew. He's a bit of cuck, isn't he? So the prince said, okay, tell me about this program. So it's called Carte Blanche, anything goes. I said, we will interview anybody from jelly wrestlers to presidents. And there Yeah, so I'll just shout a bit louder. Yeah, so I said, we interview anybody from jelly wrestlers to presidents. And he nodded a bit and he said, I see. He said, and where do you think I would fit in? Which was quite a moment. It's been, as I say, a blur of thousands of stories and adventures. But more importantly, we hope that we've made a difference. And that's why we're here today, to make a difference to your lives. Taking you forward on that information superhighway at breakneck speed. Are you ready for it? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure to spend time with you here and there online and introduce this Envision Day. But now it's time to hand over to Jaco Markwat and the path to limitless potential. And are we going to have a short break to get things up and running, or are we ready to go? While we're waiting, I just think sometimes, the world is very sensitive these days. Do you find that? I mean, people are terribly sensitive, and amongst them I find, my wife's very sensitive. Do you find that? So there we are. We're watching, I don't know, how many cooking programs are there on TV? Eh? I mean, 20 years ago, somebody cooked and you ate the food. Now there are all these fancy chefs programs, MasterChef, this, Australia Kids MasterChef, you name it, and people throwing things around in the kitchen. Who's the guy who always loses his temper? And he throws the omelette out the window. But so anyway, the story was we were watching there, and I said to her, and I thought it was a pretty innocent comment, and I said, why do you always watch cooking programs, MasterChef, when you don't really cook? I don't know, is that such a bad thing to say? Anyway, she snapped back, but you watch Sex and the City. Nah, I just felt that was below the belt. Below the belt. The good news is I think power has been restored. And let's get Jaco up here. Thank you so much. Been great to meet you all, and see you through the morning, I hope, and learn lots and change your lives right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. We got it going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, man.
Sorry about the disruption, folks. I suppose one of the only constants today is disruption. It has been quite disruptive over the past few months, and it probably will continue being so for the next little while. Derek, thank you very much. I see you have proudly accentuated the what at the end of my surname. Love the connection. I'll claim it. I'll name drop. Thank you so much for entertaining us this morning with some of your anecdotes. It's probably fascinating, the stories that you can tell. Thank you very much for doing that. Sorry again about the disruption. I think we're back online, hopefully. We do have quite a number of people online. My name is Jaco. I look after the team at ELEMENT8. The vision really, or the wish for this event wasn't really an online event, to be honest. We have a very small, passionate team, and we've been going for literally, I think this is month number 6 in South Africa. And the wish for this event was really just born out of an inherent need just to see people and interact with people. It's a very small industry, this industry of ours that we love so much. Small industry, everybody knows each other, and I think we've definitely all had an inherent need just to catch up and see faces and interact, and not do that over a Zoom call or a Teams call or whatever the technology of the day or the week is. So that was really the wish for this event, and then realizing that we could only limit it to 50 people while still observing responsible and safe behavior around the pandemic and the regulations that we have, we thought we'll probably be a little bit remiss not to share with a wider audience, seeing that we're limiting this number to 50 people only. So here we are today. It's fantastic to see everybody. Welcome for those of you that are here with us. For those of you that are online, it's probably going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride. I think trying to explain load shedding to international people and international visitors is always a little bit tricky. They understand blackouts, but not quite load shedding. But I'm sure we'll maybe have that once or twice more today. But really, thank you for joining us today. It's amazing to see you all, to catch up. I see a host of people have lost a lot of weight, which is really positive. I see others have maybe picked up one or two, but it's really just good to see everybody and interact again. It is a very small community here in South Africa, and it's lovely to catch up. For those of you online, we're going to try and stick to the times as far as we can. I just want to quickly talk a little bit. This is not about us. As Element8, we're a small but passionate company again that aim to play a very small part in our industry. So this is not really about us. This is about you and really just us sharing some stories and experiences from people in the industry that have really, over the last couple of months that have been so challenging for all of us, done incredible things with technology. There's often talks about technology, and technology is simply that. It's an enabler of people, and some people have done incredible things over the last few months. We felt that we had to share those stories. Quick little share on our side. So I look after the team at Element8. Lenny, Smit, for those of you that have not met him yet, he's our customer success manager. And we started doing podcasts, all right? When I say do podcasts, we're not professional podcasters by any means, or even a long shot of the imagination. So when we talk about our studio, if you've listened to our podcast, there's no studio. It's literally one of our meeting rooms, which is our I think it's a Folsom room. We've named the room. And the idea wasn't to start doing a podcast to simply punt what we have available and what we have on offer. That was again born out of the need just to hear stories and experiences from people and share those stories and experiences. And it's been absolutely incredible. So listen to the podcast. It's the Human and Machine podcast. But we've had the privilege over the last few weeks to just speak to some incredible people in the industry, both locally and globally. Some of the names that I can think of is we've spoken to Francois, leading his team at Clover. Oh, they're here, by the way. Just some of the incredible things that they've done over this period, and not only adapting and adopting this new way of working, but doing so efficiently, remotely, while still getting business done and building some amazing things. We spoke with Knepper, who's the co-inventor of MQTT. Fascinating guy, lovely podcast. If you want to get into the podcast world and listening to one or two of ours, definitely one to listen to. We've also spoken with Altmar Twe. They started an initiative called Safe Trace, right sort of in the middle of the pandemic, which is just a beautiful IoT story. Again, using technology to enable people and building resilience. So we started doing these podcasts, and for us it's been a fascinating journey. And I must say that Lenny has been the one driving the majority of that. I simply do the introductions, and Lenny sort of handles that. But what I found incredible is that people want to talk, and they want to interact, and they want to share stories. So we were a little bit anxious when we put this together. We weren't too sure. I think it was on Forbes. I read there's a term that's been coined. I think they called it FOMO, the fear of meeting up, which is 100% understandable. I think there is a lot of anxiety around physical meetups, but we really pleased and grateful for you to be here with us today. Can I say the handpicked, selected individuals, the most important people that we wanted to have here, and then obviously for our online audience as well. So Element8 is again, this is not about us, but just a little bit of context behind Element8. We've been going for 6 months. We are a technology business. We are the very proud distributor of 3 technologies, which is, of course, Ignition, SCADA, and more. It's certainly not just the SCADA, the Canary Historian, and the Flow Information Platform. So that's really who we are. And those are the best of breed technology offerings that we feel we're going to make a little bit of difference with in South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa for that matter. So that's really the reason, not why we exist, but what brought us together is the technology. I think the reason why we exist, I just quickly want to give you a bit of an idea around that, and hopefully I can rally you behind some of that cause and some of that fandom. So Envision, what we're talking about today is not our own theme. It's something that we repurposed very happily from inductive automation. So inductive automation, the founders and the developers of Ignition, they have an annual ICC community event, which for the first time in their history, they were not able to do physically this year, and it became a virtual event. And when they first spoke to us about the ideas and some of the thinking behind the themes and the agendas, we heard about Envision, and we immediately fell in love with just the promise of purpose and the promise of humans doing amazing things. So we stole that from inductive automation, the theme of Envision. But what it also did is it tied in quite nicely with what we see for the future of our industry. Again, it's a small community, but a very, very resilient community, like the peoples of South Africa. So we loved Envision, and we thought we'd run with that, and we'd bring some of that into some of the discussions we have today. And the first vision, really, that we talk about is the concept of the notion of unlimited potential. And automation is human. We believe that all of these technologies simply exist to empower people to do great things. The true innovation will not come from AI. The true innovation will not come from machines and tech. It will come from people with great ideas. And we love that notion that they had with Envision. That's really one of the first things that we as a business, we simply didn't wake up one morning deciding, let's start a company that introduces more tech into South Africa. That certainly wasn't the case. It was built on what we felt was an inherent need in South Africa, and believing in people and the abilities that they have to make great things happen in an industry that is really going to be probably the heart or the cornerstone of our economic recovery. That was quite important to us. So we call it empowering people. The second vision that we have and had specifically that we wanted to share today is just the notion of no obstacles. We've been in the industry for a long time, and we grew up in the industries. And we have realized that there are very archaic ways of doing things. There's a lot of lock-in around certain beliefs and systems and technologies. And we don't believe that's fair. We believe that the South African industry deserves better than that. Not necessarily better technology, that's not what I'm talking about, but better access. And the vision really for us is around no obstacles, as we want to make sure that we do our small little part to remove any of the barriers and obstacles that our industry have seen in the past, whether it's economic or technology or simply the ease of doing it without relying on experts that's got to be flown from all over the world to come help us poor engineers here in South Africa. So we'll put it under the banner of no obstacles, and that was quite important to us. And the third one that's sort of a nice segue from the previous two that brings it all together is that of a resilient community. I think probably within our industry, we have just had incredible innovation over the past 20 years. There are some companies, we're very proud of our system integrator community. These are really the brilliant folks that bring these things to life. There's obviously a page on our website that'll tell you who those brilliant folks are. But these are really the brilliant people that take the technology and make it a reality for the needs and the challenges that some of these end users that are really just battling with digital transformation demands, just looking after the bottom line, some of the demands that they have in making them help. And that resilient community that is made up out of our system integrators, people that have a vision, not only keeping the shareholders happy, but also have a vision for their own site and their own plant, bringing that all together. And we are resilient. We are extremely resilient in South Africa. And those are really the three visions that we had when we decided to come together and form this business that is Element8. But that's about us, and this is not about us. What we wanted to do today, and looking at the agenda, was really bring together what we felt were inspiring stories, good examples of what can be done with the right technology and the right people that you're enabling to do those things. And that's really where the agenda was born. So looking quickly at the agenda, I wasn't sure if the slides would be up. We are directly after this, we're going to hear from Francois and Deon, the team at Clover, looking how they've used some of the technology and Ignition specifically, not only to meet some of their technology milestones and plans that they had in place very quickly and rapidly, but also how they use that to empower their own team to make all of that happen over lockdown. Which is absolutely fascinating and a massive compliment to Francois and the team at Clover. So we can hear a little bit from them. Following that, AB InBev, equally very, very challenging times for them over the last little while. Probably for us as consumers a lot more than for them. But hearing from the team of AB InBev how they've done exactly the same. They've used this time to use a product called Flow. If you're not familiar with Flow, how they've used Flow to build a tiered approach to how they report on their KPI reporting from different disparate sites all into one. Great story as well. Following that, we're going to hear from Vinesh. If you haven't met Vinesh, we're not professional speakers. We're just passionate about what we do. I think Vinesh is probably the closest to somebody that can really hold his own in terms of presenting without sounding like he made it up just before he walked on stage. But Vinesh has been in the industry and with PwC for some time, also sharing some great knowledge and insights in terms of some of the trends that we can expect, and bringing that back to the opportunity, because there is absolutely an opportunity in South Africa at the moment. It's the easiest thing in the world to be negative about our situation, but it takes leadership and courage to be positive. And I think Vinesh is definitely going to talk through some of those opportunities that we have as a community and as a people of South Africa. Directly after that, we're going to hear from Jaco Cooper. Jaco and his team, they're based in the Western Cape. Data, I think, arguably for all of us, some of the biggest challenges that we have in our world, you can label it as many different things. They're all data related. And we're going to hear a little bit from Jaco in terms of how him and his team down not only in the Western Cape, but really all over, have approached this data-driven demand with some of their customers and how they've actually solved for those challenges. So that's going to be great from Jaco. We're going to head into lunch on our side. Again, for the folks online, really sorry that you can't share the amazing food here with us, but we're going to head into a break online, and then we're going to head into a few more technical sessions in the afternoon. That's going to highlight some of what is available to us today. A big highlight for us is Lenny is going to talk through Flow, what is in the latest release of Flow, some of the new features and additions there in a product that has really just grown and developed and adding immense value. And Lenny's going to talk through some of the Flow enhancements. Jeff is going to join us online. It's going to be a little bit tricky again. We didn't plan to do this live, certainly not. So Jeff is going to join us from Martinsburg in the US, and he's going to join us online. We're going to put him on screen. We're going to listen, and hopefully all of that will land somewhere in the virtual world to those of us watching online. And he's going to talk about the Canary Historian. It was actually much more than historian, but also a very nice tool to keep in your toolbox and understand what it delivers. And then we're going to finish the day with Travis Cox, who is with Inductive Automation. Travis is one of the original people at Inductive Automation that built and designed Ignition. If you haven't heard of Ignition before, don't worry, we're going to give you a little bit of insight in terms of what it is and what it does, but a fascinating success story in the world of industrial automation as well. And Inductive Automation actually had their ICC that kicked off virtually yesterday. And the great thing about that is we'll get all of the new stuff that you had to get yesterday evening at 8, 10, 9 o'clock. We're going to get all of that from Travis today. So that's just a little bit of what you could expect for the rest of the day, but really just my message to you and everybody online is that this is your event. This is a community meetup. We didn't want to label it as a launch. We're not in a position to brag about launching companies and things like that. That's not what it's about for us. For us, it's really for you to understand what is available to you. And the second call to action really is to learn and engage with each other. I think there is so much value for us as a community if we can only share that the great work that we've done, how we've applied the technology and how we've empowered people. And that's really what this is for you to have that opportunity. We look forward to many more events in future, and many more virtual meetups as well as now. I think we missed it by a week. If I understand from what we've heard in the news, we've literally missed the opportunity to make this a little bit of a wider event. We missed it by a week. But again, welcome, and we really hope that you find the day valuable. So I'm going to hand over to Francois. Francois, I think, was a little bit shy and a little bit insecure, so he had to bring backup. And Francois is going to be joined by Deon, but really two incredible dare I say young? I don't know. Sometimes I feel young, sometimes I feel old, but really two incredible young engineers that are doing some amazing things at Clover, and they're going to tell us all about that. We a little bit short on time with Q&A, especially with the interruption, so we're going to handle some of the Q&A questions online where we can. Otherwise, we're going to try and keep some of those questions towards the end, if that's okay with everybody. Cool. Thank you so much. Francois, Deon, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Jaco, and your team for hosting a wonderful event and for having us share a couple of our thoughts today. We really appreciate it. My name is Francois Theron. With me on stage is Deon Korb. The aim for us today is not to give you a very technical presentation. I'm sure you'll still hear a lot of that throughout the morning. What we want to do is talk a bit about the business processes and the thought process that we went through over the last couple of months, and that led us towards Inductive and Canary. I will talk a bit I've got a couple of very boring slides talking about our business strategy and processes. Deon has some less boring slides talking about technology capability and so forth, but we'll throw a quick demo in for you as well at some point, so just to wake you up. Now, sorry, we're not even on our slides. Sorry about that. Now, like all good stories, our story also starts with a critical review of our technology strategy. Very riveting stuff. Over the last couple of years, we started in the bottom left, really with foundational technology. So we wanted to get our bottom level technology right, to get the context, and the structure right of everything that we feed upwards in our strategy. Because at the end of the day, our job is not only to service the very immediate need on the production floor, but also to talk to the higher level business strategies. Around about last year, we spent a bit of time revising this strategy to look at the systems that sit at a higher level. And these yellow blocks that we've showed here are really the core elements within our roadmap that we needed to achieve. Now, as part of this review of ours, we thought it would be a good opportunity to just review the software platforms and the technologies that we have in place and make sure that that actually serves our business need. Now, as you guys know, changing a foundational technology in your business is a challenging and very disruptive task. So it's not something we took lightly. And honestly, from the onset, it was probably more a conversation of reaffirming that we are on the right track. But the mindset throughout the whole thing was to really look at our roadmap from a technology agnostic perspective and not look at what tools are available within our current software platform that can drive our strategy, but rather look at what we need to achieve and whether we've got that functionality or not. So with a clear view of the strategy that we wanted to achieve, we started just detailing some of the specific elements that we need from a technology.
Okay, so now it became time to define exactly what we wanted from a SCADA solution. And it boiled down to capability, scalability, and simplicity. Sorry, that contradicts with our title. But from a capability point of view, the system obviously had to get the job done. Else, really, what's the point? This is the sole point of contact that many people have with the entire control system, so we can't really have any compromises there. We required a solution that will fit directly on our existing and entrenched PLC architectures and standards. And we already have a comprehensive set of standards and quite a number of installations. So any solution that we chose could not necessitate the redevelopment of that. Information system security is also a big technological driver because we can't really afford a situation where we are told to run an archaic operating system or wait months on a vendor to test patches. It just puts us at risk. So a requirement was really to run on the latest and greatest operating system and databases, and in our case, it's all Microsoft. Now, the world has also changed a lot since the initial HMI designs were conceived. We can't expect our users to only have access to a system from a single, very expensive machine in one location. Now, the tools that we have for mobility, phones, our personal tools don't have to be better than our tools at work. Our last capability requirement was that the system is safe and reliable. Now, it might sound like it goes without saying, but a bad implementation can really derail this. So we wanted a system that could gracefully handle interruptions, such as server maintenance, without causing loss of control or data loss. We're building mega factories. Finding a gap with no production running just to patch a server will be challenging, if not impossible. So we also envisioned a system that employs very fine-grained security control that balances convenience to security. We always say that if the door is too difficult to unlock, we might just never shut it. So then we came to scalability. That's the next one. And I think our requirements, or rather wish list here, was a little bit unreasonable, but we wanted a solution that would be cost effective from the first little proof of concept without requiring a massive initial investment. The licensing requirements thereafter must scale from our proof of concept all the way till we span multiple servers and sites. And we don't really want license tiers. So we've all done a little project that bumps you up against the license tier, blows your entire budget. So we can all appreciate when a physical piece of equipment reaches its design capacity like a transformer, but a license constraint just feels artificial. The solution technically was also required to scale from our little proof of concept all the way until we span our whole business. And so we needed a clear vision of how we will eventually scale this solution. That's not asking too much, is it? Now the next one is simplicity, which is a great balancing act. Now who must this be simple for? Must it be simple for operators using the system, project teams implementing the system, maintenance personnel, development engineers? Ideally it should be simple for everyone, but our focus was on operators and project implementation. We wanted to take the familiar concepts and build on that. Simplicity of project implementation and rapid rollout of our standards was very high, as it has a real-world cost implication. Now, if an integrator knows or thinks that our solution takes a long time to implement properly, it's going to cost us a lot of money. So we spent a lot of time to make sure that it's really easy to implement. We were a little bit less bothered by the load on the development engineers, us, because we were willing to take one for the team as long as we comply with all the other requirements. So I use the analogy of our cell phones, our smartphones. They might be very simple for us, the operators, but I think they're anything but simple on the inside. And those were our requirements.
So now that we had a very good understanding of the criteria that we needed from this technology platform, we went out and we started looking what was out there. As I said, we didn't necessarily have a burning platform to change, but it just seemed like a due diligence process to go and look what's available in the market. So we drew on some of the existing knowledge of the team. We did quite a bit of market research to see what was out there, and we identified a few key players within the South African market that we started to partner with. Now, besides subjecting ourselves to a lot of marketing propaganda, we also like to get our hands dirty. So we arranged a couple of demo licenses, and we had a very targeted approach around the technology that we wanted to test with all of these implementations. And what we really found was a very even playing field, right? We've come to a stage where the technology has matured to the point where everybody really can do everything. Some of them have stronger points, some of them have weaker points. And at the end of the day, nothing really pushed us over the edge for change. However, there were a couple of general limitations that we saw. Firstly, we generally had a problem with cost. The cost structures of most platforms did not really give us the flexibility and the scalability we needed. Almost to the point where sometimes you would make poor design decisions to get around the licensing limitation. The other thing is complexity. Now, as I said, most of these platforms could deliver the capability that we needed, but often it came with a lot of additional engineering or additional licenses, which was exactly what we tried to avoid. And lastly, there was a big resource constraint on many of these platforms. So besides the engineering effort and the licenses that we had to put in, there was also a need for an increase in our infrastructure capability. But we kept an open mind, and we still found that the incumbent technology was the best for us. It's difficult to change, and the perceived value was very low. It was right around this time that Deon came to me one day and said, listen, he's heard of this new piece of software called Ignition. I must admit, I was very hesitant at first. This is a product that was at the time not very well known in South Africa, and support was scarce, and it was a difficult thing to throw a lot of resources behind. But as we continued along our roadmap, and we sometimes hit some hurdles, Deon kept persisting that he wanted to try this new platform. And eventually, maybe just to get him off my back, I told him he's got a week. Organize the demo licenses, you and your colleague take a week, get it out of your system so that we can get on with our lives. When I saw what he did in that first week, it blew my mind. The capability that they demonstrated without any formal training, just with the resources that were at their disposal online and through the marketing channels, it was phenomenal. So it definitely warranted further investigation.
Okay, so now we had to really thoroughly evaluate all of these systems. Now, as Francois alluded to, we're not the team that takes marketing claims at face value, so we really wanted to see everything in action. So how did it stack up to our not so modest requirements? We started with an installation, latest and greatest, freshest version of Windows Server with Microsoft SQL 2019, and 5 minutes later, we're up and running, so it was a good start. Another 5 minutes later, we had this connected to our PLC systems, happily communicating with OPC UA, so things are looking promising. The major challenge was actually to estimate the entire level of effort to duplicate all of our current SCADA and HMI features into a brand new platform. So, we couldn't just launch into a full-blown development only to find a showstopper at the 11th hour. So what we did is we created a series of test cases to use as proofs of concept, just to see if we're going to encounter any showstoppers. Well, the fact that we're here probably gives it away that we didn't. So what we did, we created some UDTs to map to our device standards. We created some reusable symbols to see the statuses of them, created some reusable pop-ups to see all of the detail, and there you go with your basic functionality. Then we dove into some more advanced functionalities, and to be honest, a lot of the things were significantly easier to implement than initially estimated. And while we were scratching around, we came across some of Ignition's advanced scripting functions, which made other project implementation a lot easier than in the past. We also had to abuse the system a little bit to see how robust it is. So we set up a redundant pair, and it actually works. So the backup takes over from the master, happens in a few seconds, operator might not even notice. Now that is leaps and bounds ahead of what we were used to. So the finding was that the products are capable. If they weren't, we would have completely abandoned effort very early. So then, while we were doing this capability investigation, we also learned the product's strengths and weaknesses. So we could devise a scalable architecture that will fit our needs. What we ended up deciding is to use a redundant pair per manufacturing site. And this gives us very high availability as well as geographical redundancy because our backups are actually located off-site. Our licenses for both Ignition and Canary is unlimited. Now this is a breath of fresh air because now we can actually focus on hardware limitations instead of trying to navigate license constraints. Now, as Francois mentioned, we can't make engineering and operational decisions to skirt tag and license counts. We're executing a number of projects. We're in no position to estimate tag counts, and now we don't even have to. So it definitely passed the scalability test. We now have a system that works for our medium-term requirements, as well as we have a clear plan of how to expand the system when we do eventually outgrow its capabilities. So with the simplicity requirements in mind all the time, we're pretty happy with what we ended up with. We have a system that is simple for operators, to navigate and rapidly identify abnormal states. We have a system that is very easy for implementers to roll out at scale. Now, I told Francois the first time we did a bulk import of a whole lot of devices, it happened so quickly, I thought it was broken and it didn't work. We just didn't see the progress. It was just finished. So we also have a system that's easy to maintain. We can change and fix a lot of things in runtime, which I'll demo in a little bit. And also one that's easy to maintain. As I said, we do not have the luxury of time to shut down an entire factory to patch a server. And now we don't have to. So now you may have noticed that I have not actually mentioned Canary much in this evaluation. So Canary was installed and configured, and it's been running without skipping a beat ever since. That fits perfectly into the Ignition architecture, supports the redundancy with local store and forward. Our historization configuration is automatic, so there's no forgetting to add a tag to the historian until after you actually need the data for your investigation. It allows us to retrieve the data into perspective for quick analysis, and it also has a very, very capable analysis tool. So this is a historian without drama, and honestly, that's about the highest compliment I can give it.
Okay, so now we actually had a product that we could get excited about. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't necessarily, we didn't go out in our strategic roadmap with the idea of changing foundational software platforms. But our excitement with what this product delivered really made that a viable option. So as I said, this is our story of how we went through this process. Now the first thing is to do a bit of a proof of concept. And somewhat serendipitously, our production colleagues approached us around the same period for a new kind of application that they wanted to develop. And they wanted us to do a bit of a proof of concept for that. Funny enough, we had the tool available, and we started to play around with Ignition and Canary to see if it can solve this problem for us. Within record time, we actually delivered this proof of concept for them, and just blew everyone's mind with how well we adapted to their requirements. This opportunity also gave us a chance to dig a bit deeper into the Ignition's capabilities than we originally did in our testing. And we discovered a bunch of new things. And among these new things that we discovered is actually how easy it is to do rapid prototyping on this platform. This has become very valuable for us in the development of new applications in our operations, because now we can incorporate operator input a lot earlier in the development process to make sure that we adapt to their needs adequately. The next step was really, before we got to a real demonstration of capability in a production environment, we realized that we need to bring the rest of our automation community up to speed. So we had a quick session with the wider automation community just to really explain the product, introduce it, tell them what it's all about, why we're changing. And initially, there was a lot of hesitation, similar to the hesitation that I also had. You know, where's the support? We don't know this product. What is it all about? So that's why we really went into the demonstration of the capability in an existing site. Now, we were fortunate that we commissioned 2 small projects shortly before that at one of our factories, which, because like Deon also mentioned, we didn't really change the control level. It was very easy for us to just roll out an ignition layer on top of that. And because of its light resource requirements, we could easily run these 2 systems in parallel. Firstly, we run the ignition application in the background just to make sure that it does the same thing. And as we grew more confident, we brought that to the forefront. So the operator started to work on that. And that went fairly seamlessly. So now we had proven production capability. In fact, we went beyond that, and actually as we speak, the first project that was developed on Ignition from the get-go is being commissioned at one of our factories. But that's enough talk for now. I promised you some interesting demos, so I'll hand over to Deon.
Okay, so if you guys can just throw it on the screen for us.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you the front end of a HMI for a cheese pasteurizer that we're going to commission in the near future. This is running in our development environment. It's not a pre-recorded video. This is going to be live. So if anything goes horribly wrong, I'm going to blame it on the Wi-Fi. Okay. So very modern stuff. I'm going to log in. I'm going to tap my invisible RFID reader just to show you how convenient the login can be. From a menu point of view, we used Ignition's standard menu tree. There's no customization required here, simply targeting the levels, making the cool icons, and it gives a very familiar navigation that our users are familiar with. And we have this tab menu system that actually works exceptionally well. Our users are familiar with it. People are using web services on a daily basis. There's no more using buttons to jump from page to page in an HMI that is like navigating a maze. We don't have to do that anymore. So what you see here, we like to break our plants down into logical units, and this is a control page that we have. The star of the show here is undoubtedly this configurable dashboard. So it's actually configurable in runtime. It gives contextual information to the user when he needs it most. You can actually edit this on the fly, which is quite cool. So as we start this process, you'll see that it'll actually reload the dashboard to show the information at the right time. If we don't like it, we change it, just fix things there and then. We also have this state navigator on the side to show what process is actually running, and what's actually quite impressive, as you can see, we actually inject live process data into our step descriptions. So an operator knows exactly what he's waiting for. These step descriptions are actually, they're all editable in runtime. So there's no more sitting here, let's make a note, we fix that later, and then we never do because we forget. A major pain point in the past was actually making lists of parameters, or tables and lists. Now, it takes time, it's a tedious task. Ignition actually has capability, one of those advanced scripting functions that I alluded to, of browsing tags. And then we can actually build our own parameter as long as it's the right data type. And this list is perpetually up to date. Takes a little bit of the irritation away. Now, every HMI will inevitably require a mimic, and here Ignition allowed us to stick with a high-performance HMI look and feel. We have standard views for all of our devices, and Ignition allows us to associate a certain data type to a view. So to build this or instantiate something on the screen, all you have to do is drag the tag just into the view. Now, drawing mimics will never be my favorite activity, but this makes it a little bit less painful than before. And Ignition, do I have anything with history here? I'm not sure. But Canary historizes everything, and we got historical data at our fingertips for every device. No configuration or programming required. As I mentioned, we break our plants up into logical units. Those units are later broken down into equipment modules and control modules. Now, where do we actually display this? It was a tedious task to set up this view of the status of the EMs, all of their control modules. Again, Ignition's tag browsing feature came to the rescue, that recursively browses, looks for all the EMs, looks for all of their control modules, and builds this page for us. We just have to point it in the right direction. It's like magic. In the past, we had this half-baked user feedback system, but it never really enjoyed priority to go and actually get it up to feature complete. Now, around this time last year, the Ignition Exchange was launched. Now, for those of you who don't know, that is a sharing platform where inductive automation, all users can actually upload demo projects and features. We took this feedback system, which I think was developed by Travis Cox, made some minor modifications, and we finally have an automated feedback system. Users can log issues for engineers to look at later. The system can even automatically log configuration issues like missing step descriptions or enumerations. Now, we've eliminated that we need to fix that later, and never do, because we can actually note the problem. We liked Ignition so much that we've actually started writing our simulation code in Ignition. So what you're looking at here, all of that simulation is there. So when we have reasonably accurate process responses, we can actually spend our time looking at the process instead of nudging code along during testing sessions. So the products are great, but I also think we did a reasonably good job. Okay. I don't know if you wanted to show something else. Okay.
Thank you. So we we started this conversation by looking at our technology roadmap. And at the time where we did this, this review, looking at the blocks we've got there, mobility, consolidated data platform, information security, contextual information, all of those items, we probably set ourselves around about a 3-year time period to achieve all of those. And that was also budget depending. I'm happy to say that all of these yellow blocks, we currently have the capability in place to produce it. And it's really just a matter of rolling that out. So what is next for Clover? Well, we've completed the testing. We were very impressed with the product. Ignition and Canary is now our standard platform. And we will start rolling it out with all the new projects that we do in the business. Obviously, there's a bit of a transition period. And throughout this transition period, we'll sit with the pain of managing a legacy systems as well. But it also gives us the opportunity to really build skills within the company of the new products as it enters the business. Canary is solid. Like Deon said, we plugged it in and we pressed play and we almost forgot about it. Data migration into Canary will happen in the background seamlessly, and with our existing flow implementations, it just works like a charm. Further than that, I think there's still a lot of exploitation we can do of the product. We obviously looked at certain of our immediate needs, but it's clear that this platform will give us a lot more capability. In closing, I maybe just want to say that there is a big learning curve involved here. I mentioned a couple of times it is not necessarily always the easiest thing to change your foundational platform. But if you know where you're going, and you've got a very good team behind you, I cannot imagine a better product platform to take you on this journey. Thank you.
Awesome. Well done. Great. Great, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Francois. Thanks, Deon. Sure, it's heating up in here, literally. Thank you very much for sharing. I know that often when you have to show some of the work that you've done, you guys are obviously super proud of what you've done, and rightfully so. Very, very well done. Guys are always a little bit vulnerable to show what they've done. People are going to judge some of their developments and works, but phenomenal work. Really well done. Our next speaker is Rowan from AB InBev. I know Rowan has to quickly set up his machine over here. While we wait for him to do that, we actually, I thought Rowan was a really clever guy. And by the way, Deon and Francois, I didn't make any references to any Stay Soft or Blue Bottles or none of that. But I thought Rowan was a really, really clever guy. And then we were chatting the one day and we were talking about Rowan's wife, Leandra. And we were chatting about the podcast, and he very casually said, "Oh, she's a data scientist." And we were like, "What? Data scientist?" And then we had a quick conversation with Leandra. We're actually going to feature on one of the upcoming podcasts, and I actually figured out that Rowan is certainly not the brains. But Rowan and his team has done some incredible things with Flow, especially from a sort of tiered aspect and tiering into a second level. And he's going to tell us a little bit about that if you're ready, Rowan.
Yeah.
Cool. You don't need this one?
No.
Okay. Leave it to you in case. Thank you.
My name is Rowan Ray. Hi, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Rowan Ray, and I work at AB InBev. When I joined the then SAB Miller in 2012, I was a young, starry-eyed kid. I was an untouched control and automation virgin. I worked at Shamdor Brewery in Krugersdorp for 5 years, so I've had the privilege of working with a lot of the people in the audience, and only very recently moved over to the head office in Bryanston. That's the Africa headquarters in Bryanston about just over a year ago. I am a tech supply specialist. Yes, it's a job title that is in equal parts interesting and confusing. When I initially arrived at SAB, my concept of data transmission was literally handing an Excel sheet via USB flash drive to one of your mates. That has changed drastically with incredible need for accurate, accessible and real-time data. Over the years, it has been a privilege to work with guys like Vaughan, Graham, Jaco and Lenny. And with their help, we've improved our data integrity and the way that we collect data. I would like to share our experiences with a tiered approach. The past, the present, and the future. It is so important to know where you have been, what worked, what didn't work, in order to correctly plot your course into the future. AB InBev needed to migrate from a fairly disjointed collection of breweries throughout Africa to a unified zone where comparisons can be made like for like. Top of mind was standardization in regional routines and reporting, improving efficiency at plant level and getting the data to a central location in a unified format for short interval control. Prior to SAB Miller being acquired by AB InBev, there was a slightly neglectful approach to the breweries that were spread across the African continent versus the ones located in South Africa. We dedicated a lot of time and resources to the South African breweries. Because there are only 7 breweries and a couple of vertical operations, namely our maltings plants and our hop farms, the way we handled regional data and then subsequently cascaded up to the zone was very much based Excel at the plants, and then simple file share systems set up between regional servers and a zonal server. Yes, there was a database replication and subscription method chucked in there every now and then. Very little focus was put on the rest of Africa, as I mentioned earlier. They were largely left to their own devices with paper-based systems and Excel, taking the fore there. As you can see with this methodology, there are a couple of pain points. It's inefficient with multiple employees using different systems. Data can also be lost or corrupted incredibly easily. Imagine you're an operator, you're sitting at your desk, you've just filled out a paper-based shift report. You go and you get some lunch, eat it at your desk, you toss all the waste away. There goes your shiftly report. By mistake, but there's your shiftly report, gone. Also, a single point of truth tends to be incredibly difficult to implement. This is where I bring up the topic of what I like to refer to as Excel graveyards. We all know how it works. You're at your plant and you speak to your manager and you've got to go and log your KPIs on your Excel spreadsheet called KPI dashboard. He tells you which file location to go into and you open it up and before you know it there's KPI dashboard version 1, KPI dashboard version 2, KPI dashboard version 3 _ copy. Or my personal favorite where people feel that they have to put a little bit of a signature to it is KPI dashboard version 3 _ Kevin. With the acquisition of SAB Miller, a really positive, all-encompassing approach was taken. Instead of a South Africa versus the rest of Africa, a renewed focus was placed on one Africa. With this came the need for proven ways of work in a daily, weekly, and monthly routines, and the reporting that went with it. Unfortunately, with the neglect over the years and the bump up from 7 to 28 breweries, there were bound to be pain points. Namely, there was incredibly poor KPI standardization across the plants. You'd head up to Uganda or up to Accra, and you'd find that they were reporting 10 to 40 KPIs, depending on the plant, and there were different KPIs that they were reporting on. We needed to streamline this and define a standard set of KPIs that are proven to be really beneficial for plant optimization. There was also poor standardization within the KPI definitions themselves. As I said earlier, you'd head up to a plant and find that they have line efficiency. Perfect. Head up to another plant and they'd also have line efficiency. You think they're reporting the same thing, but in the background, the calculations are completely different. We needed to find a way to lock that down. And lastly, it was incredibly difficult to get the correct data up to zone headquarters for analysis. There was incredibly slow transfer of data. At best, we were looking at monthly data being fed up from the regions up to the zone. And plenty of time was subsequently spent by middle management putting all this data together in a unified format. So, to the rescue, Flow. Phase 1 was rolling out Flow to all of our plants across Africa. A Flow instance was created, and training was given regarding the user interface with the initial KPI dashboards that we rolled out. We immediately noticed a decrease in Excel for reporting purposes. The problems that were resolved with this phase 1 or the tier 1 approach. Employees were now entering data into the same tool on site. There was automated data entry where possible, namely at our South African plants or at some of our newer plants like Markwat in Mozambique or Gateway in Nigeria, where we've got integrated and connected systems. We can pull data automatically into Flow. There's also an audit trail of who, when, and why a piece of data was entered. Operators are now more efficient because they no longer have to enter data into 4 different Excels or on paper and then Excel afterwards. There's a single source of the truth. Phase 2 was to utilize the template functionality within Flow. So a template Flow instance was set up at zonal headquarters. We call it our TS, our template server. We developed standardized KPIs, which took the form of metrics and measures. Measures being your daily, your weekly, and your monthly that corresponded to defined departmental reports. So every department has a certain way of working at the breweries, where they start off with a daily meeting, say in brewing or packaging or maintenance, and then that data through Flow will feed up to an overall plant meeting, which typically happens at around 10 o'clock or 10:30 in the morning. All brewery instances had the template server configured on their regional instances, that the tier 1 systems as a template server, and we then push down these KPIs, push down these measures and these metrics. And the reports and dashboards, along with the forms, were then pushed down to the plants via SQL script. The problems that were resolved during phase 2, standardization was the biggest one. Standardization of KPIs across Africa. We now knew who was reporting what and when. Along with that, the KPI definitions themselves were locked. Within the template server, you can enter a calculation. No more need for a ratio or a complicated calculation differing between certain plants. You lock it down at the template server, and then you push that down. You now know that you're comparing like for like, and you can focus your attention on a specific brewery. This is just an example of one of our dashboards. This is from our plant in Ndola, one of our plants called Ndola in Zambia. As you can see, there's a little bit of data. This is their weekly plant meeting, and we have our KPIs down the left-hand side, little subsections, your safety, environment, quality, and all of that data, that's weekly data, but the weekly data would come from daily data. Moving on to phase 3. This is where the tier 2 system comes in. Regional data replicating up to the zone. A Flow instance was created at zone headquarters, which we call our Africa reporting server, or our RS. Bulk replication was configured from all of the sites through Africa up to the central RS. Just to give you a bit of context here, one of our African breweries typically has about somewhere between 7,500 to 10,000 measures running in it. We are replicating 120,000 data points up to our report server. Each site posts the data up whenever the data point changes. This is important. The tier 1 servers, the regional servers, are responsible for replicating the data upwards. This means that your data is always accurate. You always have data as it's entered at the plants. Problems resolved, the data comes through in the same format on already constructed dashboards. There's no need for middle management to now collect the data from all the different plants and put it together in a nice zonal dashboard. No. That's already configured, and all the data automatically feeds into it. Data is also replicated to the zone within minutes of changing at the brewery. Analysis is rapid, and upper level management can make the decisions a lot quicker for plant improvement. Data, as I mentioned earlier, is also the latest data. If I go 4 weeks back and change a data point, that changed data point will replicate up to the zone. Here's an example of one of our zonal dashboards. This is all replicated data that you're seeing over here, and it replicates, as I mentioned, within 5 to 10 minutes. Here we have the West Africa plant meeting, and we wanted, by design, to keep the look and feel of a zonal dashboard the same as our plant dashboards. We also believe in transparency, so anyone from any plant throughout Africa can log on and see how other plants are doing. The idea is that you start sharing good practices, and you start trying to get rid of your red cells, as we can see over here. I know it might seem like rainbows and butterflies, but everyone in this room knows that that's not how projects go. So I wanted to just take you through a couple of issues that we've experienced. During phase 1, or the tier 1 systems, some plants that were being forced into reporting what they didn't feel was necessary. Teething issues with initial KPIs, we had incorrect units of measure, we had incorrect limit directions, aggregation, average or sum was incorrect. In some cases, not the whole dashboards. And then people by nature are generally quite averse to change. And just as an aside note, I think that this is one of the hurdles that we all face in our industry. This innate fear to deviate from the status quo. I think that it's all of our responsibility to try and make the future, make data, make tech really not only attractive, but really valuable to the people who are trying to influence. But anyway, let me talk about how we resolve these issues. We tackled these through a really unified approach. All departments, were brought into this understanding of what the KPI dashboards were all about. And typically, isn't this true with everything? When you show people value in something, they easily take it on board. As soon as the guys could see that they only have to enter data once and bang, it's up at the plant meeting, they bought into it, wholeheartedly. We also developed a standard management of change process. So where we had issues with dashboards or where we wanted to change the look and feel of certain dashboards, every 6 months, we will sit down with the department heads and we'll review the dashboards and push those revised dashboards down to the plants. Phase 2 and the issues that we faced. Initially, changing templates proved to be quite cumbersome and just quite challenging. The forms and the dashboards need to be pushed down to the regions via a SQL script, as those components are not yet templatized within Flow. And the speed of pushing the templates down is heavily dependent. I mean, it makes sense, right? But they're heavily dependent on the network infrastructure between template server and the regional tier 1 servers. How we got through these? Flow software really jumped to our aid. Vaughan, he's now my best buddy. I've got him on speed dial, but he really helped put together scripts that push down the reports and the dashboards. And it's definitely on Flow's roadmap to make those templatized components. So phase 3 and the issues that we faced there with our tier 2 server, replication was initially an issue with the sheer amount of data. As I said, we've got 120,000 data points replicating up to the server. The speed of the reporting server was slow, with many of the resources being taken up for that integration processing. So how we dealt with these, Flow software jumped on it, and within a couple of weeks they had released patches whereby the actual integration engine that they utilize or that we utilize, there were lots of optimizations done, and now replication is a lot better, and we're receiving that data on time. Also, we just beefed up our server. So we've got our reporting server that runs 66 gigs of RAM and about 12 CPUs. I've told you about the past, the present, where we're at now, and now I'd just like to touch on the future. Data and its value needs to be realized through visualization. You can have plenty of data, but if you never see it and you never know where it is, it becomes meaningless. We have a central Flow system server set up now that has plenty of data that we can utilize. We are looking at using graphical tools within Flow a lot more. Maybe because we've just never played with those tools before. We are now going to start, using them a lot more. Stuff like the scatter plots, bullet charts. We're already doing a lot of nice work with a project that we've just finished, where we are pulling up our energy and fluids data from all of the plants. Literally, just to put this in context, we're literally pulling from a sensor or from an operator's manual entry up through the control layer into your tier 1 system, replicate it up to the tier 2 system, and then we're actually going to be handing it on to another database where we can visualize that data using ClickSense or Power BI. As I mentioned, Flow admittedly does not seek to be a Power BI or a ClickSense. The answer is to post data through to a database using the consumer functionality on the report server. And as I said, we're doing that right now. And then data to the cloud. It's a standardized way of posting data to the cloud via MTT consumer. Flow have rapidly taken on this industry standard, which is awesome. There's no more SQL database replication, And no more Excel dumps where I need to Excel dump from this plant and then send that through to someone to interrogate it. Further to that, companies are shooting up rapidly that specialize in AI and the utilization of data. This is an amazing advancement in our industry. It means that people like yourselves and I do not need to be experts in AI. All we need to do is get the data to people that are. We are also busy dealing with our global team, where we're going to be sending them data, very probably via MQTT. And then we are also engaging with reverse osmosis and water treatment firms that are seeking to use the data from our water treatment plants to reduce our brewery maintenance costs. After all that, the most important takeout is that partnerships are essential. They are necessary within and in between companies. Flow Software and ELEMENT8 have continually supported us in this journey, often pushing us. With our partners, we will continue moving forward into a limitless future. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Thanks very much, Rowan. Appreciate it. Right, so our next speaker is Vinesh Maharaj. If you've spent the privilege of spending a little bit of time with Vinesh in conversation, just a wealth of knowledge in terms of trends, observations around industry. I'm sure he wouldn't claim that as his own. A lot of good research that comes through formally from PwC. But Vinesh is going to talk to us a little bit about what the opportunity is for South African manufacturers and the manufacturing industry. And definitely also a little bit about the role of smart manufacturing has to play in all of that. So Vinesh, we privileged to have your time. Thank you very much. You good?
Thank you, Jaco. Henry Ford said, if you continue to do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. Now think about that. Isn't that what we are doing in South Africa? I'm very excited today to speak to you about smart manufacturing, because that is the change we need in South Africa. Now, smart manufacturing isn't just the application of the advanced technology that you're seeing in this forum. It's about applying the best processes, the best technology, as well as getting the best people on board. Yes, we cannot leave the people behind. So today I'll talk to you about three things. The significance of the South African manufacturing sector, what opportunities there are post-COVID. I'm sure we all need to understand that, and how PwC is helping our clients achieve those objectives. So, the South African manufacturing sector makes up 12% of our GDP. Now, there's a significant contribution after financial services. This 12% is actually half of what it used to be in 1993-94, when we were 24-25% of GDP. So we've had steady, premature deindustrialization in South Africa. And why? Because we opened up our borders with democracy. We are no longer the pariah of the world, so we imported everything. And with importation, if your price is not right, you go out of business. We dropped our tariffs with GATS, and that was the result. We lost our textile industry, almost losing our steel industry. But you can see the survivors there. Food and bev, obviously, because we all need to eat. Petrochemical, we've got one of the flagship technology providers we can be very proud of. But iron and steel, obviously, as well, because of our mineral wealth. Now, the reason why manufacturing is so important is because it's got a strong multiplier effect in the economy. So what does that actually mean? Now, the economists talk about this multiplier effect all the time. So look at the first step there, is that basically, if you build a plant in manufacturing, it integrates in the supply chain backwards all the way up to agriculture if needs be, or minerals, or forwards all the way to the retail sector or beyond into financial sectors. So if you create one job in manufacturing, you're creating multiple jobs in the entire supply chain. hence its importance. Labor productivity, that's important as well, because manufacturing provides growth in different areas and require labor. You cannot manufacture with robots only. Contrary to what people believe, with us automation engineers, we still need people. And then manufacturing is a highly capitally intensive and labor intensive industry. So hence a bigger contribution. You need the bankers to provide the finance, right? So, but most importantly is that manufacturing does not require us to be bound by the demands of our local markets. We can export. So demand here does not drive what the producers have to. And I'm speaking to a couple of members here today, and they're all doing work in Africa elsewhere. This is what we need in South Africa. Now, if you look at our manufacturing industry, the survivors of the last period, we've been trying to grow it, but look at this. Majority have been in decline. Yes, we've got food and bev up 2%, metal 7.7%, and the outlier there, 2.6%, is automotive, but we all know why. There's an automotive incentive program in South Africa that has kept that industry alive. And why don't we have more of that for the other industries? You can see what happened there to textiles and clothing. So, with all that bad news, where are the opportunities? So, what we see is, and this is research that we've done as part of our effort with Business for South Africa, which was assisting the government in the response to COVID. So this is research done by multiple companies, is that we need to stimulate local demand as well as drive export-driven growth. And those two strategies will enable us to significantly increase our manufacturing capacity. So if you look at these graphs here, 100% of both electrical machinery, retail TV is imported. Okay, not a surprise, Samsung, LG, etc. And as you go down, textiles and clothing, 65%. But you can see where our strengths lie. Food and beverages, only 13%. So these are where the opportunities lie. But then, if you look at this, if we had to replace all imports, 905 billion rand is what we can add to our GDP. But that's obviously not practical. So if we just take 2.5% thereof, that creates 28 billion rand and can create almost 9,000 jobs in South Africa. Just 2%. So that's import replacement, right? So exports, well, look at this. We export over 400 billion rand to 5 major trading partners. But now, with COVID, those economies are in trouble as well. So what do you think is going to happen to these? This is going to decline because there's low consumer demand. Look at what's happening to these economies. At least 5% decline in all our major trading partners because there's job losses. Imports will decline because they don't have the purse to purchase anymore. Luxury goods decline, and that's what normally is imported to most economies. You can see what happened to our stock markets. They've all crashed. Look at what the JSE is doing at the moment. More scarily is these advanced economies are losing a significant portion of their labor force. We can see the deaths that happened in Europe and the US, etc., are much higher than what we've experienced here in South Africa, fortunately. But those are skilled people who now have to be replaced. And as we all know in South Africa, there's a definite skill shortage. So how do you replace those people overnight? So the opportunity for us to export into Africa is now there. They're on our doorstep. We haven't fully capitalized on this. Now just take one example, metal products. Now if you see those 3 graphs there, the light blue, as you can see, there's a I won't talk you through that, but this is what Africa imports. This is what we export into the rest of the world, and this is what we currently export into Africa. Now, isn't that like hitting you in the face? Is this like a no-brainer that we should be exporting and tapping into this market? When I show you the next graph, you're really going to laugh because why have we done this before? What is stopping us in just going across the border? Yes, we've got the South African Customs Union, SADC, all those integrations. But what's stopping us? Well, look at this. It takes 45 days to come from Europe to West Africa. But we have the potential to go from Cape Town all the way to Lagos in 10 days with our shipping lines. So why do we need? We can cut out 30 days there, and if we have competitive products. Looking onto the East Coast, it takes another 45 days to come from Asia. But if we use our road network, we can get there also in 10 days, all the way up to Nairobi. Why aren't we doing this? We need an enabling environment. Yes, sometimes the infrastructure is not there. I've done projects in Zambia, etc. Yes, your trucks get broken down, there's pothole roads, but this can be fixed, right? We get stuff done. All of us do projects in Africa. Why can't we get it done? So, how can we leverage these opportunities? What is the size of the prize for us to do both import replacement and export-driven growth into Africa? Well, historically, what made South Africa competitive? We had low energy and fuel costs. We had the lowest electricity costs prior to 2008. Those of you who get grey beards can remember how cheap our electricity was in those days. And our fuel, petrol, we had good local markets, a large population, our road and infrastructure network, ports, airports, we have the best in Africa. And we had good trade agreements, etc., and a good mineral wealth. But then, that has fallen away. We've lost most of that. What do we need to do to improve now? You can see this is where we rank. In technology and innovation, at the bottom of the top 50. Human capital, even worse off, slightly at the top of the lower 50. We do not rank very well in any of these parameters. We really need to get our act together. And what do we do? Well, I'll talk about the top two as they are relevant, most relevant to this audience, is we need to adopt new manufacturing. There needs to be incentives to retool our industry. And that's what we're talking about here today is bring in new technology, modernize, so we can compete with the best in the world. The Asians historically had the low cost advantage, but they are also on Industry 4.0 journeys. They are also becoming more competitive using technology. If we do not respond, then we might as well just pack up and close shop. Also, on this people side, we have to develop our people. Without people, you cannot get anything done. That message always comes through. So, how does PwC try to assist in this process? So, smart manufacturing is part of your digital transformation. So, we've done lots of research, and the research we've done recently in 2018 on digital operations, and recently in 2020 we did it on digital supply chain. But the 2018 research shows that the definition of digital champions is a digital transformation is a combination of strategy and operations with technology innovation, what you're talking about today, analytics, the AI that's spoken about by the previous speaker, and a design to rapidly increase productivity, address the pain points that we've spoken about a lot today, and push forward adaptive businesses or that the disruption that ignition, flow, etc. are causing in our markets. Everything is being disrupted. Even our presentation today was disrupted. So, in that research, it came that 7 out of 10 CEOs are not comfortable with the pace of technological change. Just think about your smartphones changing every 3 months. What about your PCs and the rest of the technology that's coming out? How does somebody who's not a tech-savvy person keep up with this? But on the good side, there's 3/4 of the same people found that if they invest in their staff, it accelerates their digital transformation and provides the benefits I'll show you later. The market's also changing, right? But how many of you are currently involved in the digital upskilling of your people? How many of you have got formal programs to do that? Forcing them to learn Alteryx or Power BI or whatever else? We at PwC, is part of our KPIs. I have to learn how to do all that stuff, even though I may not use it in my day-to-day job, because we know we will become irrelevant if we don't do it. Our auditors are going to become irrelevant because it will be done 100% audit done by a computer in future. So we're all being forced to upskill. The market's changing. If you look at this list here, I won't go through it all, but connectivity is becoming, by default, expectation. With nanotechnology and supercomputers, we can process huge amounts of data. Our customers expect us to be more agile and responsive to them. And that's what we need to do. We need to be responsive. So in our research of the digital factories in 2020, this is what came out of there. We found that you cannot get a successful smart factory if you do not have top management leadership buy-in. And we had a discussion with some other colleagues this morning about how frustrated they are if the leadership does not buy in, and then you lose the innovative people in your business because leadership are not seeing the same picture. And they take their skills and ideas and vision to another business and makes them successful. Leadership must buy in. You have to have your people, and we create a digital workforce. But look at the benefits down here. 12% increase in efficiencies over a 5-year period. But more importantly for this discussion, digitization provides customer centricity and regional manufacturing, and that's what we want. And this is European research, so you can see what it says here. Made in Europe, that's what it's driving. And what do we have? Proudly South African. And that's what we need to think about. So, this is our concept of what the factory of the future should look like. You've got end-to-end integration. From your supplier, to your customer's customer, all that information is collected into a cloud-based ERP. So you have all of that coordinated by a central control tower, which gives you up-to-the-minute information. Then you need to have a connected factory. And that connected factory provides the visualization and automation you require. And that's where something like Ignition would come into play, because it's built on a future-proof technology. Now, if you look at this, you need modular production as well, because you need to be agile. In the part of the Business for South Africa process in the last 4 months, we've converted various manufacturers to start producing PPE from the traditional. We have to create agility in our market. Automotive manufacturers are creating respirators. Think about that. Why can't we be agile? Then, looking at the factory itself, you need to have a digital twin of the factory. We then need to have a digital twin of the production asset, like your pump. But even it goes further, having a digital twin of the actual product, so we can tell you how this thing will behave sometime in the future. But then MES, track and trace, is important as well. What about predictive maintenance to help reduce your costs? So in order to realize that kind of platform, we need to have a framework. And this is the framework for our smart factory. It has two areas, core capabilities and the enablers. And you can see this is your typical product lifecycle management here, where you need to have dashboards and KPIs and your simulation that comes from your digital twin to enable all of this. From your digital product development all the way to production operations. And all of this is supported by people and skills. We never get away from that. Policy and operating model. You have to have the right people, new ways of working. Information, IT and OT integration. That's a huge challenge at this point in time. What about applying your emerging digital technology, the IoT, AI, etc.? All of that is foundational to achieving this core. Now, let's talk about reality, right? This is all theory. Let's look at smart manufacturing in action. So there are about 250 emerging technologies out there in the market. Of that, PwC believes these 8 are the leading technologies. Internet of Things, all the flavor of the month at the moment. AI, spoken to by our previous presenter. Augmented reality, I'll talk to you about that later. Virtual reality, fantastic for training and upskilling people. 3D printing, for prototyping and efficient production. Drones, we know about this from a delivery point of view, but it's got fantastic applications in warehousing, etc. Robots have been around since the 1980s, but what's happening now? We have cobots. They work side by side, no longer in a cage, because they can't harm us anymore. They're collaborative robots. Obviously, everything is now connected to the cloud, so cybersecurity is top of mind. But we don't need to be afraid of it, because all the large platform providers, be it your Microsoft, your Google, your Azure, your Amazon warehouse, all of them have not any reported incidences of cybersecurity attacks. So it's possible to protect yourself. So let's talk about one aspect of a smart factory, the connected worker. Now, your connected worker is required because the working environment today has become more complex. There've been ongoing downsizing and right-sizing of businesses, so now you're left down to the bare minimum people in your organization, some of them doing 2 or 3 people's jobs. So how does this person cope with all of this complexity? They have to follow particular procedures in order to remain on track. They have to make sure the quality and efficiency stays on track. They have to work out how to take care of old machines. They've got step-by-step manual procedures. But in contrast, they've got new machines they have to figure out how to run and also do problem-solving on those brand new, highly high-tech machines. Extremely complex environment for a human being to deal with and remember all these things. And none of us can remember it. There's a fancy SOP written out, printed out, punched, filed, and put on a shelf somewhere. How do you use that? I had a conversation with clients in West Africa 2 months ago, and he says, how do I get that into the mind of a young person? So in order to solve those kinds of challenges, this is where we have the connected worker with 2 technologies, the smart glasses and a tablet that helps them with the step-by-step procedure based on whatever task they have. And by applying these 2 simple technologies of smart glasses, we help save them 6% in their maintenance costs, because it made them more efficient and justify the investment 10 times over. So I'll quickly take you through a video on what the smart application of the glasses will look like.
What if there was a way for employees to work together from anywhere when everything is on the line? Employees are the heart of every business. It's their resourcefulness, ingenuity, and drive that get the job done. But even the best employees need help from people who aren't there with them. Now employees on site can work side by side with experts in remote locations. In an instant, they can share what they see, lend a helping hand, walk through the process step by step, helping solve problems in real time. This is a new vision for work. Now employees can work smarter and bring in the people they need with just a tap. They can troubleshoot, repair, and perform with confidence and speed. They can move freely, pull critical information into view, and stay focused on the task. Their hands free to do the work. This is collaborative problem solving at full speed. Your people, united across time and distance, more connected, more informed, and more efficient. Now employees can work together from anywhere. They can go there without being there. This isn't the future. This is here and now.
Isn't that amazing, right? And that's available today. Now, how can this disrupt your business model? If you've got a service technician, do you need an army of them anymore when you're cutting out all their travel time? No, you need to think about how your business is going to be affected by this kind of technology. But let's look at another example. We talk about AI. This is an example where a client had multiple breakdowns at their glass fiber plant. And in order to fix that, They took videos, they scanned thousands of images into the video, and the AI analyzed it and found a pattern that then showed them when the thermocouple would fail and disrupt the production. Because they were able to predict that failure, they could then plan the shutdowns accordingly, just reduce their maintenance and improve their productivity and made them more profitable. Simple use. There's no human being can process thousands of video images. Let the machine do it for you. The power exists. It's not that expensive. Now, we spoke about the digital twin in the factory of the future architecture. So let's talk about that a little bit more. Now, this is important because it is a very confused term these days. If you come from my world, where we talk to accountants and business people, some people think a digital twin is just what you see on a graphic of a SCADA. That's a digital twin. Other people think a digital twin is just be able to do some predictive maintenance on something. That's not a digital twin. So in our world, and those of you who have been working in the petrochemical industry will be very familiar with APC, right? Advanced Process Control. This is just a new fancy name for that as far as I'm concerned. And it gives you an accurate model of your plant or your product or your piece of equipment. And that model then lets you simulate various scenarios in a safe environment. And then you can look at what's going to happen in the future. And that then gives you your own personalized crystal ball. You don't need to go to the soothsayer anymore and see what's going to happen in the future. So you can then look at how you can run your plant to maximum without breaking it. Try different product scenarios. Look at all sorts of things to try and optimize the production. And yes, it takes a lot of data to build a model, years and years of data. But I'm sure most of you in this audience know all that data, years and years of it, is sitting right there in the SCADA historian in your DCS system. People just haven't tapped into it. It's time we mine that data and created more value for our clients. Because you can see what pattern will lead up to a boiler tube failure. And a large oil and gas company in South Africa, they're currently doing that. They can predict boiler tube failures using AI. It is possible now. So let's talk about the business benefits, because it's cool to have all this tech, right? But somebody needs to put the moolah on the table, right? Who's accountants now? They need to put the money. I deal with lots of accountants. What is the net present value? What is the return on investment? You're talking about a lot of money here. I don't see it. I can't even visualize what you're talking about because I'm used to looking at a spreadsheet. So how do you sell this to those people? So manufacturing is becoming more complex, right? Clients are demanding a lot size of 1. Gross, massive individualization. You can order your own tackies now overnight in Europe, come fully customized, right? They want reduction in lead times. That helps to help you need to have your OEE sorted out. You have to have maximized world-class OEE if you reduce your lead times. But then there's always constant cost pressure on us. How do we bring all of this together? Well, according to our global study, 9 out of 10 companies, in order to address these challenges, are moving towards digitizing their operations. And what technologies are they choosing? As you can see there, end-to-end supply chain integration. MES, no-brainer, because it provides full vertical integration to your plant. Predictive maintenance as well, because it reduces your costs. Just to name a few. Now, what do we foresee as the ideal future for smart manufacturing? Well, look at this. It has a vision and a roadmap that was spoken to previously. So you guys, and it requires a full automation strategy, but don't forget about lean. You automate a bad process, you just amplify the problem. We first need to make sure we have the leanest process in place. That's why I mentioned at the very beginning, smart manufacturing is not only about technology, it's about process and people as well. You need to have fast value realization. Accountants want a hurdle rate of 20% nowadays, return on investment in 2 years or less. 5 years is no longer viable for people because there's such a shortage of capital. We don't want to take chances. We want proven technology. As we heard from our colleagues from Clover, they had to test the software. They had to make sure it went through all the different iterations before they applied it to their plant, because nobody wants to be a guinea pig. But also, you want to have your employees fully motivated. You want them to be inspired of what's going on. But now ask yourself a question about these benefits. Won't you want these benefits now? 20% OEE in improvement. You can halve your downtime. How many of our clients, if you're not in the manufacturing sector here, or in Clover, how much should halving your downtime save you in your plant? A 10 to 15% reduction in lost material, 20% improvement in quality. Quality is probably the biggest issue in your OEE calculation. This is the phenomenal benefits you can get from a smart factory. And let's talk about the people situation again. You have smart operations, paperless factories with your connected worker, etc., etc. But then you've got all these day-to-day challenges down here. And then this is what you have as challenge. How many of you have got projects that are stuck in the POC phase? You just can't get traction in it. Management won't give you more money, etc. You've got limited visibility, insufficient inspiration. Staff are not inspired anymore because it's taking so long, we've lost interest in this whole project, or there's an unclear vision or roadmap. You have to start with that first. Know where you're going to. Have a proper ecosystem of suppliers around you. And if you address these challenges, this is the size of the prize. Just on one asset, 31 million pounds of savings over 5 years, just on using predictive maintenance. So the benefits can be huge. So this is the model we use to arrive at business goals. And we take our clients through this process. So here, to give you an example, a client we're currently working with in KZN, we took them through first. We'll talk about the digital tools, which enable you to sort of have digital solutions, which then reduce your typical losses, which then helps you increase your business impact, and then that helps you achieve your business goals. So this is how this flows. So you can achieve one of those, you work backwards here. And we first looked at the manufacturing process. This client wanted us to double their capacity without huge capital investment. We did an analysis, we found that they were only using 35% of their filling time. The rest of the time was lost. So that's like a no-brainer, but this is applying lean principles. We're busy implementing the project at the moment, and they will have double their plant capacity, plus we're also applying technology to it. On the technology front, we're looking at providing visibility. You integrate this, you get the visibility, and then you move on to get these benefits. So this is how you would sell it to a typical accountant or CEO. Thank you very much.
Vinesh, I do think we have a few minutes for questions. Do we have any questions for Vinesh? Good. No? Good.
Any questions? Okay.
That's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, I'm glad.
All explained.
I might not have the answers, yeah.
Thanks, Vinesh.
I'll probably confuse them completely as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Up next, we have an example of one of those brilliant system integrators we spoke about, specifically Jaco Cooper from Intech. I like what you said about the human element, Vinesh, the importance of that, obviously, but also teamwork. I know Francois speaks very fondly about the teamwork involved within their organization between IT and OT, which we all know has traditionally sometimes been a little bit of a love-hate relationship. But certainly, I see a lot of people smiling and nodding quite. But certainly within their organization, that the importance of that teamwork is something that wouldn't have been able to, the project wouldn't have been able to achieve the success they did without that teamwork. So Jaco Cooper, who's up next, is one of those system integrators based in the Western Cape. Again, touching on the human element, bringing contextualized data to the workforce. Why is that important? I think there's a lot of tribal and tacit knowledge that very often sits within a plant worker and a mobile operator within their minds and their heads and the way that they know things work and understand how their things work. If you have a plant newbie that comes in, how do you take that same contextualized data and provide that view to somebody who's brand new on a plant that doesn't necessarily have the ability or the time to go through the months of understanding that this should be like that? Inherently, the data will now tell them. And that's what Jaco has done really well at Intech. So Jaco's going to talk us through some of that. Thank you, Jaco.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning still. I think it's just before 12. I think we're running a bit early. And everybody online, I want to welcome you as well. First of all, I just want to say my name is Jaco and I'm from the company Intech, as Jaco said. I want to thank ELEMENT8 and Flow for the opportunity to give us the opportunity to be part of this exciting event. Today I'll be talking about this first slide. Just want to say Intech is a system integrator company that offers a wide variety of industrial automation solutions throughout Africa. And today I'll be talking about how we helped our clients in different sectors of industry to identify the information gap and use Flow to visualize and give them more sense out of their data in their plants. So my agenda today will cover, first of all, the business case, the reasoning for providing solutions to quickly identify the information gap. And then to identify the information gap, we'll show you some of the data challenges we came across in today's industries. The solutions that we provided is the software that we use to help address these requirements. And then the results, the benefits and feedback that we got back from our clients. And then I'll talk a little bit about the conclusion where you used Flow to actually help us with a solution. Okay, we all know today that manufacturing today is under a tremendous amount of pressure from management and from customers to produce quality goods and services at a low cost in as little time as possible. Today's market leaders believe that the return on investment is multidimensional and is not only just determined by cost, but also by the ease of access to information. Thus, manufacturing need to collect more data today than they did before and convert that in actionable information to help make this dimensionality part of the return on investment calculations. Need to press the button. So before we can make sense of all this data, the business case needs to be clearly defined. A couple of key indicators to determine would be to know if it will help to lower operational cost, will it help to increase productivity, will it improve compliance, or will it provide more accurate and real-time data. In each case, and no matter what structured and unstructured data has been brought together, the aim is the same. It's to help the organization to make more informed decisions, to produce better quality, at a safer and in a shorter amount of time. In an age where we collectively generate more data in a day than we used to in a century, the challenge becomes how we identify the relevant data. In many cases, the data stores are simple databases like Excel, but in other cases, it is industrial tag historians, SQL databases, or online data providers. The data on its own is not always useful for monitoring. It needs to be processed into useful information. Some big technical data experts would reason that we'd require, with all this magnitude of data, we'd require statistical processing or advanced data analytics. But these powerful tools are not always necessary. Rather, providing a software tool that is easy to configure, that has industry standard visualization capabilities that everybody can see and understand. Each of the following cases that I'll be talking about require an information system that could rapidly and at a low cost be rolled out and to give more insight into their production facilities with the multitude of data sources that we currently have or these days have in all of these production facilities. The goal in any one of these cases or sectors, although they are different in nature, boils down to the same reasoning. They need to get quicker access to more accurate information to make a more effective and informed decision to ultimately enable them to reach their goals and exceed them. Before we continue to identify these information gaps that we want to identify, let's quickly have a look at some big data statistics that I could find. So some of the stats is that nearly 90% of all data that we have today has been created in the last 2 years alone. That's quite insane. Companies that harness this big data's full potential could increase their operational margins by up to about 60%. Every day, we create about 2.5 quintillion bytes of data. Now, with all these data, let's have a look how we can solve the problem to make a bit more sense of it. So we looked at three cases. I divided these up into 3 cases where we looked at the challenges and then the solution and the results that we got out of them. So the case for case 1, we looked at transport. The request was to provide data related to the loading and offloading of raw material. On this particular site, technicians would use historian clients to formulate some sort of production performance information dashboard. These client tools were available to all the managers on site and all the technical operators on site as well. But they normally didn't have the time or the know-how to use these tools. So technicians would take this data, print it out on trends, or print the trends out on PDF, and is clicker working? Print these out on PDFs or on Excel, and then send this off to their management. This would normally take time for this data to get from the plant floor all the way up to management, and this led to mistakes in the data that's been driven through. They also wanted the ability to create their own dashboards and that reflected the real-time data of the plant statuses. For case 2, we looked at general manufacturing. Some requests that we received was including target versus actual production, projected into the future, machine cycle times, and OEE performance data, to name a few. So manufacturers still capture data on paper and handed that over. I think we're all familiar with this, with some of the factories where the data has been captured on paper. This would then be entered into the Excel spreadsheet, which will then be, at the end of the day, be available for managers to have a look at. So it's quite a time delay that you get here. Some plants also updated their performance during the day on dashboards like these, which the personnel could have a look at and see if the machines were running on spec or if they were ahead of target. This also took time to calculate, and it could incur errors with the calculations. With this performance whiteboards, operators could still easily see if they were target, but not if the machines were running on spec. So there was mistakes and time delays here as well. For case 3, also with all of these, the 2 previous cases, the personnel also wanted the ability to generate their own reports and create their own reports, which is a tedious process normally if you have requests coming in daily or weekly to do changes. For case 3, we looked at food and beverage. Now here it's possible to provide quick CIP production and transfer reports linked with OEE data. After CIP cycles, quality normally use manual testing and custom reports generated by the control system to verify their CIPs. These reports normally do not clearly indicate the steps and the failures, which produces an information gap. Machine performance are usually on display on the OEE machines locally and not on the main SCADAs because there's no connection to it. The gap information is a delay in time and manually data capturing errors. There's also a need to add more context to the data. Pressing the wrong button. There's also a need to add context to the specific production batches. Then with all 3 of these cases, we could establish that there's a delay in time before the data was transferred. The accuracy of the data is uncertain due to it being manually processed or manually captured. This led to a delay in action on any of the information received. Outsourcing development of new custom reports to the IT department or external service providers also got lengthy and costly. So the solution that we had a look at was Flow Software. With its capability to turn massive amount of data into quality information, the Flow information platform was easily adopted. From its unique capability to templatize KPIs for entire enterprise, to the ease to connect to any data source that's found on the plant, we know that Flow was the right tool for the implementation to cover these information gaps. The solution for case 1, we wanted to allow the product managers to understand the performance data at a glance, looking at the production screens. So the data captured for the transfer of products needed to be combined with OEE KPI data and to add some context. In a particular site, we connected flow data to the flow data that was available to Historian and the Excel spreadsheets that they filled in, and we visualized that. Additional dashboards were also created for production personnel and technicians so that they could quickly see the status of the current and previous shift performance. So that was the old forms that they used, that they filled in, and where we could capture data from as well. The flow messaging system, messaging engine extended the reach of the information by pushing configured messages, reports, dashboards to the external notification services on a schedule. The solution for case 2 in general manufacturing, also looking at different sites in this sector, we normally have to identify additional process parameters that needed to be made available from the PLC or the controller, and then send that over to the historian for historization. The data can then be visualized and made available for management, production, and technical staff throughout the site. It was also known that after maintenance, the cycle times of the machines were normally either slower, so the maintenance affected the machine cycle times. So the plant engineers also wanted to have a look at the cycle times of machines on the dashboard, who have that information available to them as quickly as possible. The solution for case 3 in food and beverage, looking at a specific site where the control system was redone, a historian luckily was part of the solution. The data needed to be contextualized and visualized to transfer product and CIP reports. Here we used flow events. So flow events are defined by triggers and attributes. The triggers are used to start and end the events, and attributes are then used to add some context to additional information to this data for the event periods. By mapping the product tag to a description, a simple transactional summary report of the product used and the quantity transferred could then be generated. We also created event-driven CIP overview reports. With this, we had to use the custom expressions in Flow, which gives us the ability to use C# to do more complex type of expressions. So a summary and a detailed CIP report could be generated by this. They also wanted the capability of the template functionality of Flow, which allowed them to create easier and a drag and drop functionality to create reports for new lines that's been added. Now coming to the result or the benefits that was realized. For case 1 was that technicians can monitor the production transfer totals and quickly identify a slowdown in production. These enable them to be more informed and effective and responsive. Data could now be backfilled to leverage the existing system and perform historical data analysis and calculations on all data verified with manual data that's been entered. So on the left-hand side is where we can see the actual target and how they are performing, and they could see a slowdown in production on that, with this side giving them a little bit more of OEE, KPI sort of data and shift data. Operational staff receive this data also first thing in the morning on a schedule. The result for case 2 was that it started to motivate the plant operators to perform better. Technicians and engineers can now quickly monitor the machine's productivity from their workstations or their office. Taking machine down for maintenance sometimes affected the cycle times, and this could now be easily and quickly immediately detected. Because Flow is accessible from anywhere and from any web browser, with IT's help, the production managers could monitor the production statuses from the comfort of their home. The result for case 3 in food and beverage, defining and deploying the events gave us the ability to provide more transparency on the CIP reports. We could easily generate a summary and a detailed report. Detailed report included steps and the failures of each CIP event. It included durations. We associated attributes that provided additional context for each event period. Production managers can compare flow information to the operator feedback. And this also assisted QC to verify their processes and make that speed up that process. The immediate access to real-time data also was a big advantage. So this just displays the CIP reports where we had a summary report and more detailed steps with those custom expressions that we created, where the production managers could see the exact steps that was taken in the CIP and if there was any failures. We found that with most clients, big or small, the key people who needed information from the data sources normally get stuck in the IT pipeline or need to scramble through a lot of spaghetti spreadsheets. This can be costly and is not very efficient. Flow makes it possible to quickly and easily contextualize and visualize information to assist in improving daily operations. Some of the benefits that we realized with Flow was that it shortens the time for decision making. It adheres to IT governance. It extends the reach of your quality information. It gives you self-service capability, which is a huge advantage for the client as well. It transforms personnel into information management experts. There's a single reliable source. There's Flow support on your doorstep. And there's a single repository of data which creates an ideal source for integration into your ERP system. As with any reporting tool, we want to make it easier for the people to get their data and understand their data, to empower them to get the information that they require more frequently to make better decisions. Flow is one addition to our arsenal of software, which helps us to make, which helps our team of technical experts to deliver this value to our customers. And that's, thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Jaco. Thanks very much, Jaco. I love the spaghetti spreadsheets. Jeez, we've all seen them, especially a couple of plants that still run like that. All right, so we're going to take a break on our side, folks. Again, this is all live. Nothing is pre-recorded. We were very brave to do that, and it's worked out okay so far. We'll find out how the rest of the afternoon goes. So we're going to take a break on our side. We'll connect back with everybody at 2 o'clock. On our side, it's a bit of a break, catch up on email, maybe stretch a bit, and we invite the folks online to do exactly the same. And we'll continue with the rest of our live scheduled sessions at 2 o'clock, including our international guest is going to talk a little bit about some of the more technical aspects of what you've just seen in terms of the theory that is delivered. So we're looking forward to that this afternoon. So we'll see everybody back here at 2 o'clock, and especially those online. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after the break. Welcome back to all our viewers live as well. Thanks a lot for having us here today. And I can honestly say I'm so privileged to be out in an actual event again. I don't know about you guys, but if I have to hear the word, this is the new normal one more time, I might lose it a little bit, but just a little bit. So I'm great to be part of this community. It's great to see people face to face again. Obviously face to face almost with the virtual that we are streaming here as well. So again, guys, thanks a lot for being here. My name is Lenny Smit. I'm going to go and start with the product introduction this afternoon. And we've got a fantastic stack of products that we're going to cover today. Obviously, I'm going to kick it off with the Flow Information Platform. We're going to have 2 international delegates as well, all the way from America with Jeff Knepper. He's going to tackle the Canary Historian, and then we'll end it off with the Ignition platform with Travis Cox that's going to join us all the way from Folsom in America as well. So let's get cracking with the Flow Information Platform. And one thing that during this pandemic that I can truly say is that They say that us as human beings, or the human being species, is one of the most resilient and most successful species on the planet. And the reason why that is because we can adapt to any kind of situation that's been thrown at us. And boy, did we have to adapt with COVID throwing everything in the mix. But one thing that COVID did do is it actually helped IT and OT converge a lot quicker. We saw IT teams giving access to people, to data so quickly because they had to, because they were sitting at home and they had to get access to the data. And I truly believe and I truly hope that what I'm going to present here today with the Flow Information Platform is to show you guys how easy it is to take operational data that's sitting on our environments and making that available to anybody and really close that IT-OT gap from a data information management perspective. So with that, I'm just going to go and introduce a little bit about what Flow software is. What is this Flow Information Platform that we can go and deploy on our manufacturing environments? Now, Flow is what we call an information consolidation platform. We might have silos of information on our factory floors, all the way from LIMS system, MES systems, tag historians. We had our presenters here earlier today explain a little bit of the use cases, and a lot of the data that was talked about was data that's sitting inside of plant historians. But we can connect more than that to Flow, and we can actually consolidate all of that information into one single platform to make obviously better decisions. Now, with that, I need to be able to confidently report on a KPI. I need to be able to say that the value that I'm reporting of and using in my KPI calculation is the correct value with a proper audit trail, and that value is what we call the single value of the truth of the information that I'm now collecting from all of these silos of information on my plant floor. And with that single value of the truth, I can then truly make better decisions. And it's not just decisions that I get at the end of the day or the end of the shift. It's actually values that I can get every hour to help me to make better decisions on my plant information. Now, the way that we do that is we've got a very unique way that we can very quickly and very rapidly to connect to all of these different data sources, and I'll show you that a little bit later when I do the demo. And we can go and transform and clean this data up a little bit to make meaningful KPIs of this raw data that we can collect from our plant environments. We can also then go and visualize or give actual KPI and dashboarding capability to our users to now actually visualize all of this KPIs that we've got on our plant floor. And then lastly, we need to be able to share this information, right? There's no need for us to keep this information just for ourselves, and we need to share that with anybody inside of our environment so that they can also see this rich data that we've got collected and mined through the Flow platform. Now, the tool is very, very vertical or very generic. So we've got implementations in a whole bunch of different industry verticals, all the way from food and beverage, healthcare, water, wastewater, oil and gas, mining, and utilities and renewables. I'm just going to throw a little bit of our clients on the screen there. And the nice thing about the clients that we've got is they walk this journey with us. I mean, you guys heard about AB InBev this morning in their presentation. We really take that step in walking a journey with our clients. The other nice thing that we see is that, especially with the multi-site clients, is that when Flow is first entrenched and introduced to a site or a location, it rapidly spreads throughout the entire organization. SAB's got a rollout with all their sites in Africa, so they've got Flow in 33 instances in the Africa zone. We're busy with a project of Coca-Cola that we will also roll out for every site inside of Africa, so there will be 44 instances of Flow platforms at those locations, as well with our mining client with Exaro as an example. So great growth, and again, thanks to the community that we've got here, that we've seen this growth within the product. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the visualization. That's the end result. Obviously, that's not just the biggest part of the Flow platform, but this is the part that the people see and what we deliver through our visualization component. Again, drag and drop environment, you build these graphics yourself. And just to explain a little bit about the graphics that we've got there, we can go and correlate data with the means of scatter plots. We can go and use a profile overlay on top of those scatter plots to see if you're in your control of that specific device or that correlation. We can do time series charts. We can have multi-axes, and we can stack the charts on top of one another. A little bit of more information that we've done with tabular data. We can go and include what we call a heat mapping to apply that to the data, so you can very quickly make an informed decision on when was your best performing hour and when was your worst performing hour. And we really try and use best visualization concepts when we show these KPIs and data through our visualization components. We can also go and add limits, so you can easily identify when you have a limit breach on the data as well. And we've got a little bit of Sparkline in that tabular form so that we can see what the historical data actually looks like on that environment. Just another examples that we've got. We talked about the limits or the exceptions that we can add. So you can clearly see there's an exception I produced below my average there. And we can clearly mark that in our visualization component as well. We can also add regression. So I can go and plot a little bit into the future to show you, are you actually increasing or decreasing in your production productivity by means of adding regression analysis to the data. And we can also do projections. I know Jaco did it, also mentioned it a little bit earlier in his presentation, that one of the requirements was to say, if I'm running with this run rate, where am I going to end up at the end of the shift or at the end of the day? So we can do those projections within the tool as well. Now, all of that data was sliced with time as context, so every hour, every day, every shift. But we can also go and add the context of events, of actual events that happen on our manufacturing plant floor, when pieces of equipment stop and start. So we can go and add those into Flow to do these timeline charts to get an idea of what the process has been doing for the past 24 hours by means of adding event context to that. And in this example, you'll see I've added in why did the piece of equipment failure, so really extending the events with all of this magnitude of context that we can associate with that from a production perspective. We can then obviously display that in Gantt charts, Pareto charts for further analyses. We can also go and even embed a form right there and there in the dashboard so that the operator can also do his classification of the event in the case of downtime capability. And all of this is done by means of drag and drop manner, and our end clients can go and configure these dashboards for themselves within the tool. All right. We had a few, obviously with COVID, webinars. I'm sure a lot of you guys have a little bit of webinar fatigue by now. It's a great thing to also have everybody here with us. But we had a little bit of a webinar series as well. And we did a little bit of a poll. And we said, you know what? What is the three most biggest information challenges that you face inside of your organization? And the results was kind of, I wouldn't say a surprise to us, and I'll explain a little bit why. So the first thing, the biggest thing that we saw from this webinar result was that they need something to deliver self-service reporting and analysis. The second biggest point was that they need to be able to do that reporting and analysis across a multitude of systems. And the last point was that they need to unlock buried data that's stuck into systems. I don't know about you, but for me, that sounds a lot like the Flow tagline that we've got, right? So the first thing is, yes, we turn users, normal users, into Flow information management experts by the ease that we try to make the tool to be. We help you to transform these mass quantity of data into real actionable information that we can now go and make more decisions more frequently. So I think the results from the poll really, really shows in this unique piece of software and where it fits in the market and what the capability is and what it can deliver to our clients at the end of the day. Just a little bit on how it works, a little bit from the pseudo architecture that we've got. Obviously, we need to be able to collect the data. Now, we spoke a lot about plant historians. We're also going to talk about the canary historian just in a bit. But that is not where it stops. We can go and connect data that sits in SQL databases, more transactional type of data. It can be data from an IoT platform. And obviously, still very important is people still having to go and collect and capture data manually inside of the system. But having that in one single place makes it now available for us to do audit trailing and have that one single version of the truth on top of the data. So this is what we call our data sources. And I can connect as many of these data sources into the one consolidation platform to do my KPIs and calculations. I can then go and define these calculations. Now, this can be as simple as performing a time-weighted average on the data, looking at what the min or the max is, or I can do very complex roll-ups. What is my daily totals? What is my day-to-day totals? All of that is done inside of the Flow engine, and then we persist that calculation inside of a little bit of an ODS, or an operational data store. On top of that values or that data is then where we will add our built-in visualization component. So we have a whole bunch of sets of charts and dashboards that you can build that comes with the product, And with that, you can go and really build this rich information type of dashboarding that we need to see what our KPIs are. And very importantly, we do not want to have this data in isolation. So we have a whole bunch of notification services. So I can share this with SMS as an example. I can share the data with email. We have our own little mobile app. And the great thing about that is it brings that collaboration aspect into the fray where I and colleagues can actually collaborate about the KPI and the information that I've got on the screen. I think these days that no system should be able to keep their data as a little black box. It should be open. It should be open using open standards as a mechanism to get the data out. And we've done exactly that with Flow and the information platform. We can supply the data to ERP systems. We can supply it to other SQL databases depending on what the schema of that SQL database is. We can present it to BI and machine learning tools. I know Rowan said that they've got a big initiative to actually put ClickView and on top of the Flow data, which is great. And a very, very cool one is also the MQTT protocol. How cool is it if I can take this KPI and share it with my operational team actually running my production facility? And I can actually do that with MQTT, which is a little bit more of a real-time protocol to push the data right there to them, for them to make better decisions on the data that we collect. So we have this whole bunch of data consumers that we've got ongoing as well. And I'll demo a little bit of that when we get to the demo part of the presentation. Perfect. Now, one thing that I want to clarify what Flow does is it creates what we call historical KPIs. And sometimes people might get that a little bit confused about what is a real-time KPI and what is the purpose of a historian. The purpose of a time series historian is to really capture this high resolution in data for me in near real time so that I can have a live view of my plant data for analysis and trending. Now what we do with Flow is we take all of that data. If I sample that for every second, that might be a whole bunch of 3,600 points. And Flow will go and aggregate that data into a time bucket. So we give it the context of time to make decisions on what's been happening on that perspective. So in this case, it's an hourly measure, and I've performed a simple aggregation to that data. And that is the point that we store, and this is the point that we need to make our informed decisions around. So clearly, Flow dashboard is a little bit lower in resolution, all the way from 5-minutely to hourly calculations that we can do. We look at a little bit of longer time periods to make sure to make the right decisions. And it's typically there to show KPIs. And we can do these exception overlays and data capturing overlays on top of it. Now, I get a lot of requests where people say they want to do a very simple tank dashboard. All they want to see is what is the current level in my tank. But for me, there's a little bit more to that. Is the tank level decreasing? Is it increasing? Are you getting stock? Are you depleting stock? So there's this whole realm of what real-time dashboarding versus historical dashboarding can give to the party. Now, the best way that I explain it, a little bit of a cliche here, but very true to what we want to try and explain with historical KPIs, is you don't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been, right? Now, let's explain that with a little bit of a explanation. Now, the best way I explain this concept is with my first car that I bought, a 1980s Toyota Camry. Okay, I'm not giving my age away, but that was the first car that I've ever bought. And you know what? Up until today, the car's dashboard is probably the most ingenious way of displaying data. It's simple, it's intuitive, and it only delivers data that you require now at this point in time to make sure that you operate that vehicle safely. That's all it is. But there was a problem in 1980. And what was that problem? Your fuel sensor was connected to your fuel tank, right? Your speed was connected to your gearbox. The problem with that is they were connected in isolation. So you had one silo of information, which was your tank level, another silo of information that was your gearbox. But now you've got a question, you've got a KPI. You want to know, how far can I go before the fuel light comes on? That's your KPI. That's what the client requires. Now, how do we know that in 1980? The only way you knew that back in that days was experience, because you know your car, right? Luckily for us, in around the year 2000, I've upgraded. I loved the Camry so much, I had to buy a new one. So I got a new Camry. And in that time, we've got an ECU, an electronic computer unit now with the car. This is great because what did that ECU allow me to do? It allowed me to get what we call a platform. Now the data is not in isolation anymore. It's now connected to one single source or one single place where I can now actually do calculations. And it gives me that capability to get disparate systems in context with one another. So now let's look at this example. Now I want to know how much fuel is remaining versus the speed I'm driving, because that will at the end of the day tell me how far I can still go. All right, so here we go. Driving on the highway, doing a little bit of, I'm a responsible driver, I do about 80 k's an hour. I drive a little long, I drive along, and then you get that dreaded phone call from your mother-in-law. I love my mother-in-law, don't get me wrong, but she says, please go and get me something at the shop. Now, I love my mother-in-law, so I speed up. I do about 140 k's because I want to go to the shop very quickly to get her that item that she requires. The problem with this is now, if I have to ask you, driving 140 kilometers per hour, how far can you go? And you look at that value in isolation, you're probably going to run out of fuel in a few hundred meters. Okay. What do I need to do? In this case, I get to the driveway, and you see your little dog Fluffy running around the road, and you hit the brakes. Again, looking at that value in isolation, and I ask you the same question, how far can you go driving 0.3 miles per hour? Well, I think you've just solved the problem. You're up for the Nobel Peace Prize because you solve carbon emissions, because you can drive forever and ever and ever at that speed. And you solve the whole energy crisis that we've got. Okay. The problem with this is we cannot look at values in isolation. I cannot look at that tank value right here, right now, to make a decision. I need to go and perform an aggregation on the data. In this case, I'm going to do a very simple average aggregation to clean the data. And this is why we love time series historians so much, because it gives us all that raw data to go and perform these calculations on. So I'm going to do an average calculation on the data. I'm going to clean it out. But I also need to understand what my data look like. I cannot go and apply an average aggregation on the tank level. That's not going to give me the right result. What I want to know is I want to know how fast is that needle dropping. So I need to do a delta aggregation on the data. But again, cleaning the historical data that I've got to give me the right KPI to make my decisions on. So now I've got two great units that I can now divide by one another to actually tell me a calculated KPI, which is my range lift, instead of having to bank on experience. And this is exactly what we're seeing in the plants today. All the guys with all the experience, with all their knowledge locked inside their head, we need to take that knowledge and we need to put it into systems so that we do not lose that intimate plant knowledge of the KPIs that they look for when controlling our plants. Great. Now the next thing is, she keeps phoning you every 10 minutes, the mother-in-law, right? How far are you? What if I could share this information with her and then she would stop phoning me? So we need to be able to deliver this information out to a wider audience, not just for myself. And this is obviously where the notification system comes into play. All right. The big thing now as well is that this data that I've got inside of my ECU is now also supplied to other people in the organization, to service centers. They take your key, they plug it in, they can see exactly what happened with that vehicle. Nowadays, it's even loaded up to the manufacturer straight, to Tesla. They can see exactly what that vehicle has done. So again, having this clean context of data and having the ability to share it to other people in the organization. Cool. And this is what will help us, especially now with the whole IT-OT conversions, to give IT a clean set of ODA operational data that they can then feed into their BI tools, etc., from that perspective. Right, it's time for a demo. I don't have a lot of time, got about 10 minutes left, so let's see how this goes. So I'm going to just move around here out of my presentation, and I'm just going to go into my virtual machine here. What you see is the flow configuration environment. All right, and what I'm going to very quickly do is I'm going to connect to 3 data sources, and I'm going to pull out information to create a KPI out of 3 separate data sources. So inside of Flow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my data source tab, and inside of my data sources, you'll notice I've already got a whole bunch of them. But if I go and want to create a new data source, I can go and connect to the Canary historian as an example. I can connect to the inductive automation historian. I can connect to a Microsoft SQL database. So let's do that. I'm going to connect to those three: Ignition, Canary, and a SQL database very quickly. I'm just going to minimize out of here while I'm doing that. So Canary historian, I'm going to click on the Canary historian option there. It's going to ask me for a name. I'm going to say this is my Envision historian there. Give it a server name. If I can spell. I know my colleagues always laugh at me, my Free State English. But there we go. Hit the save button and I've connected to Canary historian. Let's connect to inductive automation historian. So go to inductive automation, click on that, open that up, give it a certain name. My database name is called Envision, so I'm just going to change this to my Envision database. Hit the save button. I'm connected to an inductive automation historian. And lastly, let's connect to a Microsoft MES database. So I've got a database that's got a whole bunch of MES data. So again, I'm just going to say this is my Envision MES data. Change the database here to my Ignition data source. If I can spell, sorry about that. Hit the save button, and I've just connected to 3 data sources. I was talking to Graham from Flowsoft when I said, Graham, I think we've made this process too easy. Because I don't think the people understand really what we've done here. If I now click on this Canary historian, I got all the data that's now historized inside of that historian by the means of clicking on a button. And I can actually look at the value. So here I've got a state machine on a filler. And I can actually use this data now to create a calculation. I can click on my Ignition historian here. And I can look at my fan speed, and I can use that in conjunction with my historical data. All the raw values from that historians, we do not duplicate that, but I can use that now in calculations inside of my historian. And from my MES side, we can even go and define a database connection to my MES that will actually go and show me the data as if it's been historized inside of an historian there. Not just the table structures that's in that SQL database, but we can actually go and write a definition file that makes it look like time series data. Okay, let's quickly create a calculation out of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and create a new folder here in my model. I'm going to call it Envision. And I'm going to go and create an Envision metric. And what I want to really know is what is the performance of my line. Now to get performance, I need 3 things: bottle count, state of the machine, and the rating of the machine. And that will be able to give me a performance calculation. So I'm going to go and call this my performance metric. The first thing that I need out of my MES database is my total production. Let's drag that across. Next thing I need out of my historian is the machine running or not? So I need to have that state tag from my historian that's utilizing the state tag. And I'm going to just drag that across to create a KPI on that. And then last thing is I need the rating. How fast can this machine actually go? And for that, I can go and create a manual calculation, and this will be my rating of my machine. I've got 3 different sources of silo of information, and I'm going to create one KPI of that. And all I have to do now to do that KPI is to drag it onto my little calculator here. This will be my performance KPI, and inside of there, I can now go and create a calculation based on what are the actual requirements is. So in this case, underneath my retrieval here, I can go and add all of these different KPIs that I'm getting from all of these different sources. And at this point, I don't really care anymore if it comes from the MES or from the historian or from wherever. I've got now one single information model where I can go and build this calculation. So I can add in the rating, and I can also add in the state to determine how long it's been. And now my calculation can be a very simple. What is the actual production divided by what the actual or the rated production is, and that is obviously using the rating, multiplied by how long that machine was in the running state, and multiply that by 100 to give me a performance calculation. So in literally a few minutes, I've connected to 3 data sources and was able to create a calculation for performance that I'm now ready to share with anybody in the organization. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to go back to my presentation here, and the next slide that I've got here is a QR code. So I want you guys to open up your phones, take your camera that you've got on your phone and just see if you can scan that QR code to go to a little website that we've got running in the cloud. Right, let's see. Okay, I've got a few sessions going here. Let me just get my phone up as well. There's my phone, so I can see 5 people, 6 people. So cool, everybody's starting to connect. Yes. The QR code. Sorry, let's just make that a bit bigger. Okay, I've got 8 people. Sorry, it's going to take some time. 9 people. There we go, it's coming, it's coming. There we go. Cool, 12. All right, so you notice a little session count. So every time a new person is adding into it, it will increase the session counts. You've got about 18 to 20 people connecting live here. Everybody got it working? Is it cool? Is it big enough? Did it work, Graham? Cool, awesome. 23, 24, great. All right, let's share some of this information out of Flow to your phones. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Flow. Sorry, just close this PPT here. And go back into my virtual machine. And what I'm going to use is I'm going to use an open standard to do this. So it's no proprietary software, proprietary link. I'm going to go and use an open standard called MQTT. And I'm going to use MQTT to push this information that we've just calculated into Flow into anybody that's got access to that data in the organization. So I'm just going to go and end the slideshow here. Sorry about that. I hope my there we go. All right, and I'm going to go back to Flow here. Sorry, the resolution, there we go. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and, sorry, I just want to get this back up to full screen. Perfect. All right. I'm going to send you some new KPIs. So underneath my utility section, I've got a steam production as well. So I've got the average temperature, the average pressure, and the actual steam production. So currently you've got the steam production on your little display there. So what I'm going to do is let's do the temperature. So I'm going to open up the temperature here. I'm going to go back to my consumers here, and you'll notice that I've got an actual consumer that I can push this data out. We've got about 32 people live connected on the display there. And let me just quickly open this guy up here to push the values through. See, my laptop is giving me a little bit of grief. So let's just wait for it to respond. So that I can actually push this information through as well. Joys of live demo. Sorry, I'm just waiting for my tool here to respond, and then I can actually push that information out to you guys. People giving my MacBook here the fault. I'm sorry. There we go. That looks better. Cool. Let's open up the temperature here. Go to the integration section. So now I'm actually pushing data out. I've added in an MQTT browser or broker that's in the cloud. It's in an AWS hosted cloud. And I'm going to go and deploy this guy out here. And as soon as I deploy this MQTT server out, you guys should start seeing your new KPIs coming through. So I'm just going to go select the consumer here. There we go. Click on the little deploy button. And within a few minutes, you should see your temperatures coming into your device here. So we've got 33 people on the session. And let's just do a backfill on this data. And you'll see your temperatures coming through as well. Cool, my integration engine is deployed. And just give it some time to push it out. All right, the technology is not working with me. I'm just going to give it a few more minutes, and you should see your temperature KPIs popping up to your dashboard as well. But the point is that I can go and now really use this to drive my digital transformation projects and to get the data to people that need it to make decisions very quickly and very fastly. By using open standards that's IT approved, I can go and push my OT data that I've got on my operational floor right there into my IT environment. So let me just see what's going on here. Why is it not pushing? All right, sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulties, but you could definitely see that I've got the steam pressure being pushed there a little bit earlier. So sorry about that from that perspective. Hopefully it will come up, so please leave the session open. As soon as it gets connection, you guys will see that I've got a new KPI that's being pushed through onto that section as well. And that's really it. I just wanted to very quickly show you guys how quick and easy it is to connect to data, how quick it is to create these consolidated KPIs from 3 different sources, and then push that out via open technology as per the MQTT protocol from that perspective. I say thank you for everybody. Thank you for your attendance. Please keep the thing open. I'm going to sort it out now to push it out, and you guys will see how the values come through as well. All right. Thank you very much. Cool, you're not done with me, unfortunate, so I'm here to introduce the next speaker. It just came through, obviously, right. Right off the end of the demo, it will come through. All right, but you guys will see that the temperature came through as well. And that's literally using the MQTT protocol. Auto tag discovery, as soon as I push more KPIs, it will go and appear on there. All right, I'm done. I'm also going to be a little bit of an MC to the next presenter. So this is going to be a bit of a tricky, so just bear with us. We're getting Jeff online all the way from Martinsburg in the US. So we're going to go and introduce him shortly. Now, Jeff, when I introduce Jeff, I like to call him Jeff is time series data, because Jeff is Canary historian. Jeff is the business developer, director of business development at Canary Labs. And we are very proud to be the distributor of the Canary historian inside of South Africa. And he's going to talk about how easy it is to use this process data from a historian perspective inside of the tools there. Do we have Jeff online? Not yet. So there we can see a presentation. Jeff!
Hey, Lenny.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
One thing I forgot to mention about Jeff is he has got a fascination with Danish antique furniture.
That's true. We bought some last night.
Cool. All right, guys. Very proud, very privileged to introduce you to Jeff. Jeff, they are all yours. You can take it away.
All right. I appreciate it. Well, everyone, thank you so much for having me. ELEMENT8 team, thanks for hosting me. And there's one thing that I really want to focus on today, and that's the simple truth that engineers and companies simply need more from their process data. The funny thing is, a lot of times I don't even know that they realize it. Well, at least not yet, because they're asking for things, right? They know that they need higher reliability for their storage. They know they need better access to their data. They want easier trending or automated reporting. And they may not even know that those are the things that they want or need, but they can certainly feel the pain points from not having them. And they're waiting for experts like the men and women in the room to show them how to use their data to solve the problems they face every single day. As Lenny mentioned, my name is Jeff Knepper. I am the Executive Director of Business Development with Canary, and I am also joined today by Kyle Kinzinger, one of our partner managers, who's going to help me throughout the demo. And we're excited to talk to you about the Canary system. Now, we know firsthand that end users are feeling the pain of not having the right database solutions because we talk to them every single day. They need help, and we are looking for the right partners to make it easy for them to use that data. So let's face it, when you make process data easy for your customers, their operation just simply runs better, and well, you look like a champion. And I think that's something worth celebrating. But you have to be careful, because suggesting the wrong software, well, that can have some serious consequences. It might seem like free or included software is enough to get the job done, but the wise customer will soon realize that it's not what they signed up for. Or that the very expensive solutions are going to cover all your bases, but you're not likely to win as many bids, be able to get jobs passed through the business side, or not to mention have to worry about wrestling that big old 500-pound gorilla called ROI. Either way, you kind of end up looking bad. But the right software, well, that's money in the bank. You're building out custom solutions that are result-driven, winning more work, and you're creating a fan base that actually pushes work your way. And that's exactly what Canary wants to help you do. And you don't have to do it alone. Both Canary and ELEMENT8 are focused on helping our partners deliver best-in-class solutions and making sure you look great while you're doing it. And you'll love how simple and flexible the Canary systems are to deploy. You can train your team without accruing a lot of charges. You can get the absolute best pricing available on the Canary solution, and you can take advantage of referrals and dedicated Canary and ELEMENT8 sales support. And whatever challenge you're facing, know that we've been there before. In fact, Canary has been helping folks solve their process data problems for a really long time. We started building databases and trending tags before Mario was collecting coins and mushrooms. And since 1985, at Canary, we've learned what works and simply what doesn't. And along the way, we have grown from a small shop in Martinsburg, Pennsylvania, to serving thousands of customers within the United States. And now we work with integrators and end users in more than 60 countries worldwide. We offer sales and support not only from our US-based office in Pennsylvania, but obviously through our strategic partner, ELEMENT8, there in Johannesburg, as well as another partner in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. These regional relationships ensure that no matter what time zone you're calling from, you can always reach an authorized Canary specialist for both sales and product support. The Canary solution is a great fit for large enterprises, small utilities, and everything else in between. Our partners are helping us grow very quickly, and we're grateful for their hard work. So what's been fueling all this growth? Ultimately, it's just a simple to use yet powerful automation database that we have built our entire Canary system around. And to further explain the solution, I'd like to introduce Kyle Kinzinger, a Canary partner manager.
All right, thanks a lot, Jeff. So as Jeff said, the Canary solution consists of multiple pieces of software that have been built specifically to solve your client's data problems. And we group our solution based on three main goals or steps that help customers solve their data needs. Step one, collect and store your data. Step two is assigning context to your data. And step three, maximize your operation. And within each step, there are individual pieces that we'll discuss in further detail. Canary collectors are the tools that move data into the Canary historian. And collectors help you reach out to all industry standard protocols, so you can log data directly from your process into the Canary system. Ignition gateways, MQTT Sparkplug B, OPC UA and DA, SQL databases, CSV files, and web and .NET APIs allow you to create your own custom collectors. And a typical architecture would look something like this The Canary module for Ignition is installed on the Ignition gateway, sending data to Canary, which historizes it, and in turn can publish that data back to Ignition, as well as to Canary client applications and other applications like Flow. If implementing Canary in situations where Ignition is not the SCADA platform being used, you can collect data from OPC servers. And here, PLCs and other devices are communicating to an existing OPC server. The collector software will be installed on the OPC server and push data across the network to the Canary server, as well as the SCADA system. The architecture would be the same when the data source is an MQTT Sparkplug server. And now let's look specifically at how the data flows through the Canary system. You would install the designated Canary collector and Canary sender applications local to your data source. Again, this could be an Ignition gateway, OPC server, MQTT broker, or one of other multiple options. The Canary receiver service and historian are installed on a separate server or VM. Data is logged from the sender across the network to the receiver, and then checked into the historian archive. Canary client tools and other third-party applications like Flow software, Ignition, etc., can then connect to the historian via the view service and make data requests. So now that you know how data comes into the Canary system, let's talk about the store and forward technology. The sender service is configured to move data across the network to the receiver service, which is matched locally to a Canary historian database for archiving the data. The receiver checks it into the historian and communicates to the sender that the message was received and written to the database. Now, if for any reason the network is not available, or if the historian fails to write the values, all the data will be cached locally. And the admin is notified that you're no longer receiving data into the historian from that logging instance. Then when the connection is available again, we will automatically backfill the data in real time. And the system allows for dual logging and sending data from one sender to multiple receivers and historians, so you can execute any number of local, enterprise, or cloud-based architectures. And we do have a helpful architecture guide that's available to you. So if you'd like to receive it as a free download, just go ahead and raise your hand and we're happy to provide that for you. So the data is being collected and stored. And now it's time to discuss the real star of the show, and that's our Canary historian. The historian is a NoSQL time series database that's specifically built for process data and industrial automation. The historian has been optimized for performance, and best of all, there's no database administration skills required to maintain the historian. And it's highly scalable, so whether you're tracking 100 tags or more than 2 million tags, it's going to be the same software install. All that changes is the licensing. You can dual log to move real-time data to both local and enterprise servers, as well as leverage proxy servers to move data through a DMZ. The historian was designed specifically to meet the challenges of the industrial automation space. And that means whether you're operating inside of a traditional factory, trying to access the data from remote sites with bad connectivity, or just want to account for daylight savings time in your reporting, Canary has you covered. And the system has been built to provide a higher priority on read speeds than write speeds. You only write the data values once, but you could read them hundreds of times. The file-based storage method that the historian uses to archive the data ensures you have the same performance, whether you want the data values from the last 3 days or from a point in time 3 years ago. As I said, no database administration skills are required to maintain the historian, and no matter how large the system gets, the performance remains constant and does not degrade over time. You can achieve over 1.5 million tag writes per second, and you can read over 2.5 million tag reads per second out of the Canary historian. So what is a tag? Well, it's a single stream of time series data that we also refer to as points or channels or items. And it consists of TVQ, timestamp, value, quality, but also metadata properties like engineering units or high-low set points. These are all fully customizable data properties. Once the data is written to the historian, it's important to start thinking about how we will compress it in order to keep our data footprint as small as possible. And Canary has developed a unique lossless compression algorithm with best-in-class performance, 3 times data compression. Because it's lossless, we are never interpolating data, never cutting data values. The unique raw values are stored in the historian every time. And best of all, the Canary system is secure. All files are encrypted. All communication of data between the historian and requesting clients is built on top of WCF technology. So this gives you the added benefit of being able to apply both authentication and authorization measures. So in review, when discussing collecting and storing your data, the system is out of the box ready, meaning everything is pre-integrated in the Canary system. Between store and forward and lossless compression, you never have to worry about data loss. And ultimately, Canary has created a database that you can really depend on. Now, step 2 is all about assigning context to your data. And this is where we will examine virtual views, the calculation server, and event monitoring. So a very common problem we see many companies face is something like this, where they have a piece of equipment, a site or a SCADA system with a tag naming structure that's being followed and written to the historian. But then somewhere else in the organization, there's another piece of equipment or site or SCADA system, and it's doing the same thing, but using a different set of tag names that's also stored in the historian. Now, normally this won't impact production. The operations will likely work just fine with different naming conventions, but it does create big problems when your engineers are trying to generate reports on the data or trend the data or just learn from the data, because they are forced to remember all of these different tag naming structures. So imagine if you could leave the operation alone, not change the PLC, not change the SCADA system, but unify the namespace so that for reporting purposes, all the tags follow a desired format. And the Canary system gives you the ability to do exactly that. You can create virtual views of the data, influencing how the client can interact with the data without altering the data in its physical storage. When reading data from the historian, the view service is the filter that the client looks through to browse, retrieve tags, and read data from the historian. And by utilizing the view service, you can essentially change the way the client sees and interacts with the data inside the historian. You can reshape and alias the tag format inside the historian without changing the historical record. So if you create multiple views of that historical record, then you can offer very specific security-based permissions to the client of how they see data inside the historian. So would the client see the data through filter 1 or filter 2? Well, Canary's given the admin the power to control who can access the data based on what applies to their specific role and the needs of the organization. And this is all accomplished through security permissions or Active Directory login. And the virtual views offers tremendous functionality. The login configurations are fully customizable to fit your needs. So here's an example of how the virtual views can assign context to the data. Inside the historian, we have these 10 pieces of I/O, and we apply a virtual view, and now the client sees a unified naming space. So let's see another example when we look at a second line. So the client still sees the same format, but the tags have retained their uniqueness. Notice as I switch back to the first line. The client sees a structured unified naming space, and the PLCs or devices didn't need to be altered. So the million-dollar question is, how are the virtual views created? Well, regular expressions provide the ability to restructure tag names while maintaining tag uniqueness. And if you don't currently work with regex, that's okay. It's a relatively simple tool to master, and we'll look at it more closely now. The methodology is to first identify and capture the unique parts of the tag name that we want to preserve and ignore the parts that don't add value. So for example, if you had 3 tags you wanted to reshape with a single find and replace rule using regex, you can do it with this rule. To begin, we want to keep the word line. So we will create a capture group whenever the word line appears by using parentheses. Next, we will create another capture group for the line number. In regex, the backslash and lowercase d matches any single number. This allows you to match the unique number associated with each line, line 1 or line 2, with just a single rule. Next, we will advance past the dot and 020 dash identifier, because for our purposes, it does not add any value to the tag name. We can omit these by choosing not to use parentheses to capture them. When we come to the numeric identifier associated with BL, however, we want to capture these because they represent a unique boiler number. So again, we can use the backslash and D to match, plus use the dot plus as a wildcard to match any number of numeric characters we encounter. Moving past the dash, we will create another capture group that matches on any count of alpha characters up to the next dash. And finally, capture the last instance of numeric digits, ignoring the first digit and the dash PV that's on the end of the name. So now that we've identified the tags and the sections of the tags we want to match on and ultimately capture, we can write the replace rule. The replace rule allows us to recall our previously identified capture groups by using the $ and then the capture group identifier. So to recall the first capture group, we will write a $1. As a result, we've begun to reshape and alias our archive tag names. And next, we'll add capture group 2 and incorporate the numeric identifier of each line. By adding a dot after the $2, it adds the dot into the tag name and helps to give it hierarchy. Adding the text boiler and then the third capture group will provide a label within the tag name of boiler and then also display the boiler number as referenced in the original tag. Additionally, adding another dot at the end of the boiler instance creates more structure and reshapes the original tag name from a single parent-child structure into a deeper hierarchy. And finally, we can call the last 2 capture groups and finish the newly aliased tag. Now, if tag names don't have as much logic as you would like, that can be supplemented by reading properties from an external database that might already exist within the organization. So what else can be done with virtual views? Once the tags have been restructured and a unified naming space has been established, you can also create custom asset models. And organizations are likely already talking about equipment from an asset viewpoint. So if you have a site with 3 lines, and those lines are made up of boilers and fillers and water mains, it might look something like this. And notice how line 2 has 2 fillers and line 3 has 2 boilers. So let's see how we would use virtual views to capture all the assets at this particular site. Now that we have a unified naming space with hierarchy, we can use more regex expressions to identify which tags represent different assets and then group those tags into each asset category. We can alias those tag names to provide an easy and clear naming pattern. So looking back at the site example, again, we have 4 boilers, the 1 on line 1, 1 on line 2, and 2 on line 3. So using the unified naming space that we've built out, you see line 1, boiler 1, and then the 3 common asset tag names. And the same with each of the other boilers on the other lines. Common tag names with unique identifiers show you exactly where the asset is and what else it impacts. So what's the benefit of all of this? Well, beyond giving you better organization, it gives your team the ability to make specific requests based on asset types. For example, show all boiler temperature tags. More specifically, it helps automation experts automate their workflow. Filtering based on asset tag conditions means you can immediately see all boilers with a temperature that's outside of a desired range. So there's real power in the ability to automate the workflow and easily use processed data. Clients are no longer hunting for information, but can instead quickly generate reports with the information the organization needs. Now, it is key to point out that models do not break if the assets don't match up perfectly, and if organizations are working with a dynamic process and constantly bringing assets online or offline. The virtual views does look for tags to be dropped out of the historian, and it updates the model automatically. So now that we've looked at virtual views, let's go ahead and move on and examine another way Canary can assign context to your data, and that's through the calculation engine. So that's where we can look at raw data, condition-based data, and calculated KPIs. It's powerful because you can deploy a single calculation to all instances of an asset type. It runs in real time while also backfilling, and more than 70 functions are available. So if we look at the asset tags of a boiler, we see there's a temperature tag. So every 5 seconds or 1 second, it's pulling to get a new temperature. We can run a calculation anytime there's a boiler, ask it to use the temperature tag to give us an average 60-minute temperature for that tag. For the fillers, we could use the out bottle count and out bottles rejected to determine the percentage of rejected bottles. And the water main accumulation and flow tags could tell us the total daily volume per line. And just like you can do condition-based tag calculations, you can also key off those calculations to monitor asset health. You can create a series of logic or rules to determine whether an asset is in an alert state or not, and then do reporting and pull analytics based around the events. So event monitoring provides condition-based asset monitoring, reporting based on event performance, as well as analytics. Constructing the rule is the trigger for the event, and a simple rule would be to trigger the event if the level of a tank gets below 25% and the temperature of the liquid falls below 80 degrees. And so we did this with simulation data, and here's what we got back. So you see the list, you get the source, the start and end time, the duration, as well as analytic properties associated with the event. And this information is customizable and can be tailored to your needs. So that wraps up step number 2. And now we'll focus our attention on maximizing your operation. The third step is where we examine the Canary client tools, which include Axiom, the Excel add-in, and we'll take a closer look at the publisher and connectors. The most robust client tool is Axiom. It's our trending, dashboarding, and reporting tool. It's built with HTML, so it works with any modern web browser. It's accessible from a cell phone or tablet out in the field, as well as your desktop or laptop machines. It's designed for self-serve reporting, so Axiom changes the traditional model of the client asking the SCADA team to produce a trend chart and makes it easy for the end user to produce their own trend charts. First and foremost, Axiom is an advanced trending tool. You can build your own trends, run ad hoc calculations, perform statistical analysis based on time interval. Charts and applications can be saved publicly, privately, or in read-only mode. And you can publish automated reports via email with ease. Here are a few examples of charts that have been produced within Axiom. The versatility of Axiom allows you to build HMI-style dashboards and reports in addition to trend charts. The drag and drop editor makes building dashboards a breeze. And from gauges to symbol graphics, tables to trends, Axiom really has it all. And asset templating with condition-based filtering means you can effortlessly monitor your asset health. So here's a few examples of applications that we've produced within Axiom. It's easy to incorporate trend charts and tables of data. You can also add things like donut gauges or spark lines. Or you can build applications that are less about trend lines and more about looking at data tables or graphs. Basically, Axiom is a blank slate that allows you to build out and customize whatever it is that engineers and decision makers need to visualize. The Excel add-in is another great tool in the Canary system. We know that many members of your team are probably already using Excel, and the add-in allows you to connect your Canary data to Excel. This helps quickly solve reporting needs and gets raw and aggregated process data out of the historian and back to your customers. And it also gives the ability to build event monitoring on the fly. So here's a quick example of how easy the add-in is to use. You can see how you can get a tag list, and these are level percentage tags we'll put in column A. Then just click the last value, and just like that, in only a few clicks, you have the last known value for more than 500 tags. And the Canary system makes it easy to get data out of the Canary historian and into other systems and pieces of software. That's where the connectors help. And Canary connectors can include a custom connection to Flow software, another connection to move data back into Ignition, as well as an MQTT publishing client, 2 different APIs, ODBC connector, if you need to expose a Canary historian in a SQL-like manner to make queries against our database, and OPC HDA server speaks directly to our historian. So that wraps up the 3 steps of how the Canary system can make it easy to use your process data. We covered all 3 steps, and now I'll toss it back over to Jeff, and he can wrap things up.
Great. Hey, I appreciate it, Kyle, and great job. Well done, sir. You covered a lot of material, and you stuck to 20 minutes. That was great. All right. So as Kyle mentioned, the Canary system does include everything we've discussed today. And so you purchase the system as one complete piece, prepackaged and integrated. And it includes the collectors, the store and forward component, the historian with 100 tags, the virtual views, the calc server, the events, even a single license of Axiom and the Excel add-in, as well as every Canary connector that you need to get started. The only thing we license are the number of tags for the historian and then the number of users. We want to be very transparent with our pricing. So anytime you visit our website, you can use our pricing calculator to build out the system of your needs. You can even download our entire price list. Note, the pricing calculator does not include partner discounts that Element8 is happy to pass to you if you become certified on the system. If you want to build out your own pricing, the first thing you need to decide is who's going to host the data. Either you can host in your own on-premise or in your own managed cloud solution, as Canary can be installed on any Windows VM or server, or you can choose to host the data with us in our Canary cloud. Next, select the exact number of tags and clients you need. We'll go ahead and build out an example here for you. This is just a base solution with 100 tags and a concurrent client. And you can see that if you want to host it on-prem or in your own instance of a cloud server, it's $4,000. Or you could choose to subscribe instead of paying the upfront cost for just $135 US per month. Maybe a bit of a larger system. Since tags are only priced at $1.50 per tag, additional tags can always be added to the Canary system in any numeric number of those that you'd like. So you could do 5 tags or you could do 527 tags. Here's an example of a 5,000 tag system with 3 clients. As you can see, even as you scale it, because of the low tag price, the system stays very affordable. Additionally, we can go unlimited for both tag count and clients on any Canary server, as well as we have enterprise licensing agreements available for the larger enterprise solutions. All right, so how do you get started? You've liked what you've seen, you think this makes sense. Well, step 1 is to start with a proof of concept. And through our partners at Element8, we offer a free proof of concept for 90 days. In fact, I just turned over to Lenny last week a large batch of POC license. So please see him. He'd love to get you started on a proof of concept. Once you've tested the Canary system, you can purchase it directly from Element8. And finally, when it comes to training and deployment of the system, Element8 and Canary will combine forces to offer free support for the first year after purchase. After that, Element8 and Canary provide technical support, software maintenance, and version upgrades through an annual support and maintenance agreement. That concludes everything that we have today to present to you. I hope you really enjoyed learning more about Canary. We would love to walk with you through a proof of concept and hopefully through the team there at Element8, be able to show you how easy it really can be to use your process data. Thank you, everybody.
Cool, thanks everybody. That was Jeff all the way from Martinsburg in Pennsylvania, having a little bit of a chat around the Canary Historian. We have about 2 minutes just to get Travis on the line from Inductive. He's on the West Coast. He's in Folsom in California. So you stuck with me for a little bit of time here just to get things going again. One thing that I want to chat about is the 3 products that we do have in our stack. And although the 3 products, Flow, Canary, and the Ignition SCADA platform can run completely autonomous, there's very tight integration between the 3 products as well. So they're very interoperable with one another. And the way that we've done that is actually leveraging open standard technology, again, to get that tight integration with these 3 products. But just to say that you can run the products in the stack individually as well. Now, Travis is going to talk to you a little bit about perspective. Now, for the guys that's new to the inductive automation world and new to the Ignition SCADA platform, Perspective is their new mobile app client tool. It's the one that Clover also presented that they've utilized to obviously build their mimics out and all the other cool fancy features that they've incorporated in that solution. But it's built from the ground up. It's built with HTML5 technology. It's not taking anything from the old Vision or old SCADA solution over. It's a complete way new of thinking. But the capabilities and the possibilities that we can do with that is just so much more. And Travis is going to explain that for us, and he's going to talk a little bit about that as well. Is he on?
Yes.
Almost.
Hey, how you doing, Lenny?
Travis, you can hear us. Cool. We're just getting you on the screen here, and then we can start. Now, for the formal introduction. There we go. How's it going?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Cool. Thanks a lot for joining us this afternoon here for us. Very early morning for you. I hope the ICC conference was a blast. You guys are probably a little bit knackered after that 8.1 release that you guys had yesterday.
A little bit relieved. Yeah, it's nice to have it out.
Cool. Perfect. Now, Travis is the co-director of sales engineering at Inductive, and he's going to take us through the power of perspective. Travis, all over to you.
All right. Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me. And this is kind of exciting time. And, we're came off yesterday from the first day of our ICC conference. And with the 8.1 release, we're really excited to bring that to the market. The theme for our conference was Envision. And really, I can't think of a better theme when looking at the power of perspective to really envision a more innovative future that we can do right now. Perspective brings so many powerful features to the table, and today I really want to bring a lot of that and show you what's possible and give you a couple demonstrations of perspective as well. And we're going to be looking at the latest and greatest with Ignition 8.1 too. All right, so the agenda for today is I'm going to do a quick overview of inductive automation and Ignition for folks who maybe don't have a lot of that background. I'm going to talk about the timeline, about visualization and Ignition, so we can see what we had at the beginning and to where we are today, the progression of where we've been with the visualization. We're going to look at what perspective is in more detail and go over all the features of perspective. We're going to look at the different way we can access perspective. We're going to look at how we can easily have access and control at our fingertips no matter where we are. We're going to look at mobile responsive design, theming and styling, the fact that perspective is URL friendly, and there's other features that we'll look at here as well. But we can't talk about all these amazing features and perspective and the ease of getting data to people without talking about security. Security is paramount when looking at these kind of applications. So we'll look a lot more. We're going to dive a lot more deeper into security. And I have a couple of use cases, 4 in particular, that I want to share about how people have been leveraging perspective out there. And these are projects that are that we've just showcased in our Discover Gallery in years past as well as this year. And it's just kind of really exciting to see how people take the platform that we built and make amazing applications out of it. And then lastly, we'll end up with a live demonstration, and we'll show you perspective. We'll show you the power of perspective. I'm going to do kind of two different things. I'm going to look at a project that I want all of you to stay connected with. So we're actually all going to kind of collaborate and look at the same system. We're going to show you the ease of development and deployment. And then I'm going to show you some of the mobile app features by showing you my leveraging my phone here. So it should be a very exciting demo, and looking forward to this presentation. So let's first start with the overview of inductive automation. Our mission statement from the very beginning is to create industrial software that empowers our customers to swiftly turn great ideas into reality by removing all technological and economic obstacles. Simply put, we want to make developing SCADA HMIs easy, fun, and affordable. We want to be able to leverage all the latest and greatest technology that's out there. And we were founded by a very experienced system integrator, and he looked for products in the market off the shelf that could, ultimately provide the right solution to his customers. He couldn't find them, so he decided, you know what, we got to go out and build our own system. And that's really how Ignition came out to be. So Ignition is used around the world in virtually every industry by thousands and thousands of different customers. And we have over 2,500 integrators in the program worldwide that are using and supporting Ignition. We provide very top-of-line support and training, along with the Inductive University. It's online, so you can really learn how to leverage the platform. And especially with Ignition 8.1, we continue to expand that training. So we're very passionate about what we do, and we're very energetic and forward-thinking in terms of how we can bring new technologies to the table that you can leverage. So the Ignition platform itself is kind of the culmination. It's our software product. That's what we do. We focus on the Ignition platform. And it's one universal platform for SCADA, MES, and IIoT. So you can really think of Ignition as development toolkit. It's one where you can install it and you can literally develop and deploy any kind of application you want out there. Some of the important tenets of Ignition is the licensing model. It is an unlimited licensing model. So you pay for a server license, so you get unlimited tags, screens, clients, projects, device connections, and more. It can really scale with your systems. You can continue to add on to it without having to worry about buying more from a licensing standpoint. It's also fully cross-platform, so you can leverage any operating system from Windows, Linux to Mac OS. And that is true for the server as well as for the client stations. And be able to leverage mobile devices, phones and tablets allow you to get data to even more people. And we'll be talking a lot more about that here today. But cross-platform allows you to take advantage of existing hardware and existing operating systems and not have to be locked into one. It's also very much built on IT standard technologies. I heard Lenny talk a lot about that a moment ago, and that's how all these products work together. That's a very important part of Ignition, is that we are based on IT standard technologies. We leverage these open standards that allows for interoperability. It allows for a better security as well. It allows for you to use best-in-class products out there. We use standards like SQL databases, OPC UA, MQTT, Active Directory, federated identity providers, HTTPS, and a lot more that make it, that allow you to really innovate with those standards. It's very much a scalable server client architecture, so install Ignition on a server, and then we can launch that client anywhere by going to a URL, going to a IP address or host name. And we'll be seeing that in the demonstration here today as well. Everything's completely web managed and web launched, very simple to get access to and to then make changes and add, to do development. And Ignition's a modular platform, so you can think of Ignition like your phone. You can go to the App Store on your phone, you can look for apps and you can add them to your phone, take advantage of technology. With Ignition, we have what's called modules you can take advantage of. So that's sort of a brief introduction of inductive automation in Ignition, but I want to give you a timeline of visualization in Ignition in particular. We're going to talk about perspective a lot more here today. But if you go back to 2003, this is when we started. I was fortunate to be able to be with the company from the very beginning. And so I've been able to see all of these transitions and the evolution of the company into where we are today. And it's very exciting to see that. But if you go back to 2003, we had two legacy products. back then. One was called Factory SQL, which was a bidirectional data bridge between an OPC server and a database. And we had Factory PMI, which was a plant management interface. It was the front end. It was the visualization. We connect to that database that was in the middle of our model. Factory PMI was written in Java and leveraged Java Swing technology for the application. So you can really think of Factory PMI as Vision, because in 2010, when we basically decided to combine our legacy products into one unified platform, we made Factory SQL the SQL Bridge module. We made Factory PMI the Vision module. And with that, the Vision module has been a very important part of Ignition and a very important part of everybody's application to be able to visualize the data. But Vision required you to have an operating system that can run Java. So, when phones and tablets became a lot more mainstream, we couldn't run Vision natively on those devices. So that's where we had to look at newer technologies. And of course, if you look at our personal lives, we're using our browsers for more and more. All web applications are out there. All the big tech companies are building these amazing applications, leveraging browsers and really leveraging HTML. And so we felt we had to do the same thing with an Ignition platform. So in 2019, or before 2019, we started kind of a 1.5 to almost 2-year venture on research and development, and to really come out with a first-class visualization system that was mobile first, that was leverage browsers, and that is Perspective. In 2019, we released Perspective. From 2019 until from then and 2020, really, this entire year, we've been making improvements to Perspective and to, of course, the Ignition platform. And so Perspective kind of been around now for about 1.5 years. And there's been a lot of improvements over that 1.5 years, a lot of maturity, a lot of optimizations, new components, and new features that we can take advantage of. And that is the same for Ignition 8.1 that we just released yesterday. It really marks the maturity of Perspective, and it has a lot of really important features, especially for doing HMIs, things like Perspective symbols, as well as the power chart. And we'll show some of that here today. But most importantly, Ignition 8.1 is an LTS release, a long-term support release that you can take advantage of. And we know it's going to be supported for 5 years. It really marks that stability and maturity of the product. So I'll kind of give you that timeline. We've had Vision for a really, really long time. For over 16 years, we've had Vision. And it's a great product. And we're not getting rid of Vision. It's going to sit the same, right in parallel with Perspective. But Perspective is the next wave. This was built from the ground up to leverage HTML5 and leverage web technologies. And this is what's going to make it a lot easier for people to get access to data. So that's what we're here to talk about today, is Ignition Perspective. And I truly am excited about this product. This product is unlike anything that's out there, and it just opens up so many opportunities and so many doors for what we can actually do and the kinds of applications that we can develop and that we can deploy. So first, let's talk about what is Perspective. Well, Perspective is a visualization module that is built from the ground up to leverage HTML5 and CSS. So we can simply run this anywhere. There's no plugins needed. All we need is a modern browser. Things like Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, and more. Pretty much all devices these days have modern browsers that we can take advantage of. Heck, my refrigerator that now has the screen at the front has a modern browser, and I can launch a Perspective app on there. Phones and tablets, of course, have browsers, but with Perspective, we also have native apps for iOS and Android that allows us to take advantage of those phones, and we'll talk more about that here today. But it's a very familiar experience. Everything we're using in in the web world, from things like Google Drive to Microsoft Office 365 to AWS and many other services that have built these amazing applications that are delivered to a browser. And not only that, Perspective comes with a high level of security. And we're going to talk a lot more about security here today, but there's so much we can do with it. And we know that when we deploy it, there's a peace of mind that security is a major focus. So it's really important to note, though, as we progress, that Perspective was built from the ground up to leverage all the modern technologies. While we've had 16 years plus of development and Vision, we didn't just basically convert Vision to Perspective. Whenever you kind of do that, you adapt one technology to another, you always have to make compromises. What we wanted to do is have 2 visualization modules in Ignition that people can choose from. The perspective, we didn't want to be shackled down to anything. We want to be able to leverage the latest and greatest and have a very powerful product. So let's talk about the ways we can access perspective. What they call this the access modes, and sort of how a person can get access to the application that you built, leveraging perspective. The first is through a browser, and we kind of mentioned this already, but we can leverage any device with a modern browser. All it has to support is HTML5, CSS, and ES6, which is JavaScript. Again, there's a lot of options out there for different browsers that we can just work natively with. There's no plugins, no installations that are needed. And what's important here is we can actually just send somebody a secure web link, and they can, bookmark that, or they can simply just go to that URL and get access to the application. The second mode is mobile, and this is really important to leverage our phones and tablets. And we have native apps for perspective for iOS and Android. You can go to the stores and you can get it. It's a free app. And really it's just a wrapper around a browser. So it has an embedded browser inside of it. But what's important about having an app is that we can harness the power of these mobile devices. We can leverage all the features that they can bring to the table. Things like GPS, camera, NFC, which is near field communication, accelerometer, Bluetooth energy, and more. So if we look at those in particular, a lot of great use cases for each of these features. The GPS is great for geofencing or geolocation. We can actually switch the screens automatically based on where we're located. So if I go out in the field, or if I'm at a plant and I walk around, we can have it get us to the relevant location and get that data that we need. We can also tag our location when entering data. So if somebody's entering some information, we can know where they did that from. Or we can even track, various systems by leveraging the GPS here. And we have a lot of mobile like trucks and trucking systems, things like that, or vessels where they're leveraging the GPS to be able to know where they're located. So being able to take advantage of GPS and extend that and leverage it in our application can add a lot of power to what we can do. Another good feature is accelerometer. We can take advantage of the accelerometer. The accelerometer allows us to really know device orientation, and we can see X, Y, and Z coordinates with that. And so there's some cool applications with this. If you switch your screen from portrait to landscape, you can have the application do something different, show something different. Or maybe you want them to, for safety reasons, if somebody has a phone in their hand and they happen to fall, we can track that, maybe alarm on those conditions. So we can use the accelerometer for a lot of use cases as well. The camera, and this really exciting piece that we can leverage with the phone. It could be basically taking pictures for troubleshooting. We could scan barcodes, as we're showing here in the video, where we can quickly get to an area of the application. So I'll be seeing customers put barcodes out there on the plant floor that they can go and scan and leverage and easily get more context, more information about that machine. Or they use it for inventory control, or a lot more. I mean, there's so many applications that are possible by leveraging the camera there natively within the application. The other is near field communication, NFC. NFC is something that's it's a pretty powerful technology. It was built to allow 2 devices to communicate with each other within a short distance. So you can do like contactless payments via mobile devices. Probably you've seen that with Apple Pay and various things like that. But we can leverage NFC out there for pretty much anything you want, because they made a standard. So we see RFID sensors that are supporting NFC. We see people using it for navigation purposes, for inventory control. Again, very similar to kind of barcode, but you can, again, allow these 2 devices to communicate with each other and send any kind of information really through that. Another good example is mobile with mobile devices is Bluetooth. Be able to leverage Bluetooth low energy, and these are a lot of devices support Bluetooth low energy, and the most kind of popular ones are like iBeacon, Eddystone, where they basically have you have humidity and temperature you can read in, and you see the little video there, and how we can bring that information in, and we can leverage it and bring it into Ignition platform. But there's a lot of devices that support Bluetooth low energy that you can automatically read those values from. So it's be able to take advantage of that. So there's a lot that we can do in particular with with phones and tablets, be able to leverage those phones and tablets, not only just be able to see the application, but be able to leverage those sensors to extend our application gives us so much more power. The third access mode is something that we just introduced in Ignition 8.1 yesterday, and that is Workstation. And Workstation is a desktop application that has an embedded browser. You can think of it very much like the native iOS and Android app, except for it's targeted for Windows and Linux. As an application, having the embedded browser, it's the same Perspective project, but having the application allows us to get access to the underlying OS. And we can eliminate distractions in the underlying OS because we can run this in kiosk mode, in full screen mode. So for people who want to run Perspective as an HMI on the plant floor, they don't want their operators going to a browser and accessing it. They don't want them to be able to go to a new tab or exit out of the browser. They want to be able to stay within the application and not leave that application. And that's what Workstation brings to the table. Plus, it allows for supporting multi-monitor configurations. So if I have a NOC, if I have multiple monitors, I can have one shortcut that can open up the application on all the monitors and get different information visible on each of those monitors. Along with that automatic startup, from that shortcut, we can just have it automatically go when that machine reboots out there. Plus, it provides the facility for us to access data from that host OS. So if we want to access files, parse files in that happen to sit in a particular folder, or get to serial devices, or RFID or others, we can do that directly with the Workstation, whereas browsers would have some limitations. Some of it you might be able to get access to, but not everything. So having this Workstation really creates a first-class application around Perspective, but still, no matter what, we're building an application and we can deliver Perspective in all of these modes, directly to a browser, using the native iOS and Android apps, as well as using the Workstation product. All of these things make it really, really easy to get data to more people and to get it, and they'll leverage and harness the power of what Perspective can bring to the table. So with that being said, it's really Perspective all about easy access and real control at your fingertips. And I want to kind of go into a little bit more detail here. It's, Ignition's licensing model has always been unlimited. It's always been, you install the platform, you take it, you innovate, you add more to it, you add more projects, add more devices, add more tags, and add more clients out there. Having that really doesn't, breaks down the barriers for innovation, and you can really build out the application you want. And with Perspective being truly unlimited, we can get data to everyone. It doesn't matter, where they happen to be. It could be literally on the plant floor, it could be at home, especially now with the pandemic, could be remote, could be as, no matter where you are, you can get access to that data. Data and control can move with the user. They're not tied down in any way. Plus, we can actually build more projects to get data to different kinds of folks. So we want to get data to the business. We can provide important KPIs to particular parties that are interested in information. We can display information publicly if you wanted to. There's a lot of ways of being able to leverage this and get data to people. We can deploy lots of concurrent runtimes, and it's really scalable. And we can actually have a lot of front-end servers behind load balancers if we want to have thousands and thousands of people getting access to this data concurrently. And with that, not only that, we can push out new changes rapidly. So if I'm in a developer environment, I want to add new project, I want to add some new features, I can do that quickly, I can press save, and I can have a peace of mind that I can have hundreds of people who are looking at it automatically get those updates, get those new projects, along with being able to get faster data updates. Perspective is a poll-free technology. Everything's pushed to the browser and makes it very and to do control. So having data available, being able to get it to more people, it really leads to more accountability, faster response times, and people staying connected to their process. Now, control is a big part, being able to see the process as well as control the process. And you want to do that really, really with ease, at your fingertips with the swipe, essentially. So not only is control possible with Perspective, where we can write back and change set points, turn machines on or off, but it's very touch friendly. So for leveraging phones and tablets, we can use mobile gestures like swiping and pinching, tapping, dragging, and more to be able to interact with the system. It was built, from the ground up to leverage all of these technologies. So we're going to show more access in a bit. You can really see the power of the access. But with Perspective, one thing that I want to talk about is mobile responsive design, because it brings this amazing feature to the forefront. You know, if you look at what we, especially with our Vision product we've had for a long time, a lot of HMIs, typically they're built for that, you know, PC that's on the plant floor. And you know, if I were to leverage somebody's computer, it might be a different resolution. If I was leveraging a phone or a tablet, of course, that's a different resolution. And you don't want to have to build separate applications for each of those devices. You want to have one application that adapts, that optimizes for the display that it's on. And that is what mobile responsive design is. And that's what Perspective has built in with the different container types that we have. There's a lot of flexible containers that have different layout strategies for mobile responsive design. It's very, very easy to develop. In fact, Perspective is very easy to develop. You open the designer, very intuitive. You don't need to know anything about HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. You just simply go in there and drag and drop and build out your application. And that's true also for mobile responsive design. You can build it to automatically adapt to screens of any size. And so you saw a little example here, but you know, you might have an HMI screen that's when it's large, it's an HMI, it's a PNID. When it gets to a mobile device, it might not scale that down, it might just show that data in a different way. Or very similarly, if I look at a table, I might see a table with multiple columns on a browser, on a PC, but if I'm on a phone, I want to see that in a card layout. So very vertical, I can swipe and scroll through all that data. So it's very easy to develop this way within Perspective. Now, Perspective also brings theming and styling to the table. So not only, you know, is from a UI UX standpoint, is the mobile responsive design important so that we can optimize it and really think about the people's experience from where they're leveraging the application. But we also want this application to look really, really good and to look like a modern application. And theming and styling make that happen. With Ignition, we provide quite a few default themes that come with it. We ship it with light and dark themes, and there's some variations of those themes that you can switch. And I'll show the theming in action in a bit. But what you could do is actually create your own themes. You can work with UI UX experts, and they can build kind of a standard look and feel for the entire application. You do it in one place, and all your systems take advantage of it. You also have styling where you can put individual components within the system. You can kind of think of that as a CSS class. It's based on that, but you don't have to know anything really about CSS to apply styles. And it allows you to really customize that look and feel and make it look the way you want. And you know, you probably have seen, if anybody's ever done, you know, with the desktop applications like Vision as an example, and you went to UI expert and they kind of design what they want it to look like, it can be very hard to adapt that to a desktop application environment. But with Perspective, because it's built for the web and leveraging you know, HTML5 and CSS, it is really easy for us to adapt that and make it look the way that we want. Really have it look first class. And not only that, this whole system allows us to do animation really, really nicely. CSS has animation. We can bring the animation to a table, so we can, you know, have things that are changing colors and blinking, or that are transitioning very, very easily by leveraging the theming and the styling. So we'll show an example of this in the demo. I think it's going to make it a lot more easier to see. Not only that, Perspective is URL friendly. URL friendly means that we can simply, you know, put a URL into our browser to access our project, and it can be a secure URL. And that's really important. You see in the picture there, HTTPS and that green check or that lock that's on there. You know, when you log into your bank application or any other web application, if you're going to enter in data, especially your credit card information, you want to make sure that site is secure, and you look for that in your browser. And browsers do a really good job of telling you when things are not secure. Well, with Perspective, we just leverage that. It's all tried and true standards that we can take advantage of. And we can just give somebody a URL to get to the system. Or they can scan a barcode, you know, or QR code to get access to it. You can have a bookmark that lets us, you know, get back to the application very easily. And not only that, we can leverage the URL. We can actually pass parameters into URLs as well to get to different parts of the system. So you don't necessarily have to go even do navigation. You can have navigation in Perspective, but you can also just go and change URL to get to a different place in the system. So having that just makes it, you know, very, very easy to work with. Just like you're accessing any other website, you can do the same thing for parts of, you know, to get directly to a part of Perspective. So we mentioned a little bit about security there, leveraging HTTPS, you know, within a browser and having that trust within that. But security is paramount when we try to get access to more, get data out to more people and get access in more ways. We got to think about security because we have to be able to lock down the system. We don't want to expose any issues. Perspective was built from the ground up to support industry-leading encryption protocols and security standards. And it's compatible with a lot of federated identity providers, and I'll talk more about that. But providers that can support two-factor authentication to verify a user's identity. It has a very strong, robust permissions model, lets us secure applications with ease in terms of things like locking it down based on security levels, so what roles or zones somebody happens to have. Along with that, we do a lot of auditing in the system so we can see who's logging in to what they're doing in the application. So we've had a lot of years of experience with Vision and with Ignition, and we're really committed to security. And with Perspective, we were able to build that from the ground up with modern cybersecurity in mind. And I think that's really a really important part of it. If you look at this graphic here, I'm not going to go into detail the graphic, but it kind of shows how why Perspective is quite secure. When you access the application in your browser, you simply go into that URL, and again, you see that HTTPS, that green check. We know it's trusted. We know the connection to the server is encrypted. So it's going over a secure tunnel. That's what this TLS here represents. That means that there's nobody who can sit in the middle that can actually see what's going on or inject something into the system. But not only that, we don't sync very much between the server and the browser. We sync very, very little. So all the important things that you're trying to access in your application, from data from PLCs or databases or other systems, all that is behind a big firewall. And there's a lot of access permissions that are there, so that when somebody logs into the system, we can verify their identity and we know what roles and zones they have. So we know that we can lock things down based on those roles and zones, so they couldn't get access to things that you don't want them to. And there's no way for anybody to circumvent that. They can't get to the data without going through that firewall on the server. So it was very important that security was built this way, so that you have that peace of mind when you access it, you know it's using latest and greatest. Now, I talked about identity providers. Identity providers are quite important. They allow us to centralize identity management. And there's a lot of products out there that you probably already maybe use, things like Ping Federate or Ping ID, Okta, Duo, ADFS, Facebook and Google Federation. So you probably have logged into other websites using your Facebook credentials or logged in using your Google credentials. That's federated identity. And it's allows us to have one centralized identity management. IT uses this as a critical part of their cybersecurity strategy, to use these modern protocols infrastructure for identity. And in particular, you can use any identity management that uses SAML or OpenID Connect. Those are the protocols that are being used. But these systems, not only are they easy to use, but they provide extra layer of protection through two-factor authentication. So that second form, when I send a push notification to a phone, they have to approve. Or if I have to enter in a key or a code that was given to me in the app on that thing, or they send a text message with the code, all of those are providing extra layers of protection. And we probably use that with all the personal things. If you have Nest or Ring or you're accessing any kind of account these days, typically they have that second layer, the second form that they want you to use. And we can use that same tried and true systems with Ignition. And we can use it for all of Ignition, from not just Perspective, but our designer, our gateway interface, as well as Vision can use identity providers. So this is something that's supported by IT, and they really like to see this. And when they see a Perspective with this technology, they know, oh man, we can secure easily, and they'll bring it into their infrastructure and they'll allow data remotely. It'll be something that is just super simple. And when the pandemic hit and people had to be remote, have VPN connections set up and all of that, a lot of customers put Perspective in place, tied to their identity management, build out screens to display data, and IT easily got that information to people. I did want to point out that we do have a security hardening guide that provides best practices on how to secure Ignition, from anything like enabling HTTPS and SSL to setting authorization, enable auditing, and locking down Ignition and the operating system. So you can go and check that out on our website. All right, so before I go to the demo, I want to show 4 quick use cases of people leveraging Perspective. And I think these are really great stories of how you can take advantage of the technology. The first is a project for done by ESM Australia. The team developed a scalable asset management system to monitor performance and meet service requirements for a client with systems deployed all over Australia. Using a mix of MQTT and technologies at the edge, and of course leveraging the cloud with perspective for the visualization, they harness this power to be able to let customers see data no matter where they are, and let them add, remove, and manage connected assets without even having to open a designer. So perspective in particular allowed anybody to get access no matter where they were, and they used the leverage the map component, so really visualize the status of each asset's location in close to real time. And the geolocation feature that we talked about was used to track the position of fleet vehicles. So again, they deploy this to the cloud to make it really simple to get access to. By doing this, ESM estimates that the client's number of miles driven to service sites decreased by 40%, directly translating to savings in fuel, labor, and vehicle costs. Not only that, operators, dispatchers, and maintenance teams have absolute real-time visibility of fixed and mobile assets. And it's just that kind of power, that kind of shift of thinking, oh man, I can get data no matter where I am. How does that change my business? The second use case here is Streamline Innovations. They operate natural gas treating units in South and West Texas that convert hydrogen sulfide into fertilizer-grade sulfur. Hydrogen sulfide is an extremely toxic, explosive chemical found in most natural gas. So they used Ignition to facilitate the automation of 3 semi-autonomous mid-sized units, 1 large-scale gas treatment facility, and several fully autonomous skids, all with full remote bidirectional control and historian data collection. So for the small units that they had, they deployed a kind of a classic hub and spoke. They put an edge device out there with MQTT, delivering the data to the cloud. And in the cloud, they had perspective to be able to visualize the data no matter where they were. And they were able to add things in that were pretty cool. From the visualization system, they had complex calculations like fast Fourier transforms on pump vibration and weather forecasts that they downloaded from National Weather Service that they brought in together to really determine optimal operating temperatures. For the larger units, they actually put perspective at the site locally. And that allowed them to eliminate having dedicated HMIs out there, as any computer or tablet can access perspective to function as that HMI. So just changed kind of the way they did it. In fact, they used iPads for that visualization locally. Not only that, but anybody can get data around the world. The third one here is San Bernardino County in Southern California. They were looking for its next generation visualization and control system for its landfills. They teamed up with some integration companies, SCS and Corso Systems, to really provide these major upgrades, and they wanted to leverage Ignition and perspective for that next generation visualization. And they actually wanted to bring in things like 3D imaging from drones and virtual reality. So perspective played a major role here in achieving buy-in and successfully launching the product. The mandate was clear. They had to use a flexible architecture that allows visualization natively in HTML5. Not only did perspective allow them to take advantage of all the normal components of a typical system, it also allowed them to embed Pix4D maps inside the web project. They used aerial data to compose topographic mapping, 2D imaging, 3D renderings, GIS, thermal, near-infrared, and methane leak detection for various waste facilities. And they put all of that into perspective, and not only that, they were able to leverage Microsoft HoloLens VR headsets so they can basically walk the sites from their offices. So pretty innovative stuff that they're doing with this project. Here, the landfill operators and executives can view the site remotely from any device, anywhere. And the IT people are really happy because they don't have to worry about applications that are proprietary or having to install things. It's just, they know how to secure it. They know how to work with it. It's just like any other application. And not only that, it allowed for necessary internal and regulatory reports to be completed automatically. The last one here is from Waste Management. They desire to better serve their communities and environment in which they operate in, while improving the quality of life for their landfill employees. So to do this, they partnered with integration firm SCS Engineers and Vertec to implement an Ignition8 perspective SCADA system. The design has now is the standard for all of their SCADA at all their landfills and facilities. What they did is they implemented Ignition prospective SCADA system with goals of improving environmental protection, reducing operation, maintenance costs, and improving the quality of life for their landfills, as I said before there. So now managers have a live view of site activities. Operators know when there are problems, and they can remotely act to resolve these problems, thus increasing efficiency. The ability to monitor their compliance obligations in near real time provides their staff the capability to adjust to changing conditions on the ground within a long-range work capacity model. The model has shown significant value during challenging times and sets a tone for discussions on the future of landfill operations. So the fact that they don't have to go out at the site and get into those harsh conditions to see the information, see that data, change the way that they interact with the system and how they can stay connected. Those are four really good use cases of perspective, but nothing better than to show a live demo of perspective so you guys can see this in action. And I want you to follow along with me on this as well. We're gonna do a couple of things with this. I'm going to launch the application just like you can too. Again, we talked about how perspective easy to get access to. You open your browser and you go to a URL. So if you all can do that, you can go to your browser and type in the URL there, or if you want to scan the barcode from your phone, you can get to the application. And this application is I've hosted in the cloud. So it's running in Amazon EC2, and just Ignition up there with perspective, and we have a project that's up ready to go that we can see. So again, if you go to that URL, secure.ia.io, and I'm going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to go to my browser, go to a new tab, and go to secure.ia.io. And we're actually going to see people who are launching the application at the moment, right? Right now, there's 16 sessions that are running. And so this is a live system, a live application. And I will have you guys, you can kind of go around to other applications. But before we go into that, let's keep it all on this home screen here, where we can just see the number of sessions that are happening. Because what I want to show you is really the important development to deployment model that perspective brings to the table. So I'm actually going to open up my designer here. And I have that same screen. As you can see, there's 29 sessions, 29 people that have the application open right now. Just that easy to get access to the data. And you'll mention, if you look in your browser, you see that's that lock up there, the HTTPS. It's secure getting to this application. So let's make it some change. Let's add some new stuff to the screen so we can build a little screen out and get that to you guys so you can see data. So let's take this ambient humidity. Let's bring it on the screen as a LED display. Let's bring this ambient temperature over here as an LED display. Let's bring this day tank over here as a vessel. And this is a brand new smart symbol for Ignition 8.1. That's really exciting to see these new new perspective symbols. And we can also, maybe I want to bring that over here. I want to bring it as a gauge as well. And these are some real time. Maybe I want to do some control. I want to take some tags and drag them over here as control, like a toggle switch. Or maybe I want a slider that we can all interact with to change the value. Maybe I'll put a multi-state button over here so I can change the state of a machine. So let's go over here and put that on. And I'll link that to a tag. So I'll do the control indicator value of that, and I'll bind that bidirectionally so we can do control. So I'm just drag and dropping, building out HMI screen here and leveraging these different tags. Let's go over here to our motors. Let's also take a motor here and let's put a motor on the screen. And I'll use, again, one of our new smart symbols for that. And with the state of that too, I'll put another control. So we'll do it over here. And we'll basically link this HOA control to that so we can see that change. I'll make that bidirectional. So we did a number of things that we added to the screen. Everybody has the client open right now. And they're seeing this application that is perspective. And when I press save in the designer, we're going to push that change out to the server, and it's going to automatically send it to all of you who is looking at the data. So it'd be that quick and easy to get access. So here we go. Let's save it, and it's pushed out. Now you guys can see that change, that application. And feel free, change some values here. You'll see it change on my screen. You'll see it on your screen changing as we're interacting with the system. We're gonna see this interaction that's there. Now, right now, this application is open to the public in that it's secure in terms of HTTPS, but we didn't force anybody to log in with the system. I'll show you in a moment how we could make somebody log into the system there, so that they just don't, nobody just has blanket access. Typically, you want to lock that down further. But Perspective has this a public mode because sometimes people embed a project inside of their website to show data, and they don't want people logging in, or they put it on a smart TV and they want people to be able to see it without logging in. So we can kind of do the best of both worlds here. Get data to people very easily. We can also very much lock these systems down. So this application's, very exciting application here. There's a lot of cool things that are part of it. So not only can we play around with those controls we put on the screen there, it's pretty fun to change that. You're seeing that change in real time. There's really powerful components within Perspective. And with Ignition 8.1 brought some new components to the table. And in particular, yesterday we released this version with this new power chart, and this one here, where basically I can have a lot of tags that are logging historically. And so here I got a bunch of different tags. I'll add realistic 0, add that day tank. And basically, as you can see here, I can add this flow. All these things are being logged. And I can easily add this to, let me make it a little bigger here. Whoops. There we go. So I can easily see all the tags that have been added. And I can see for that range too. Right now I'm looking at the last 8 hours. I can switch that. Maybe I want to look at the last 2 hours, apply that, see a smaller subset of data. And I can see then what the current value of that is, what the minimum, maximum, average, I can actually go in and change it. I can change names of these things in the runtime. I can give it different plots. I can give it different display. If I want to do like an area rendering instead, I can do an area rendering. We can display this data in different ways, and we look at it, whether it's the past 2 hours, whether they go back to some historical range. But I can also then apply an X-trace. So I can actually put some X-traces out there and see what these values are at different times, and even see where the current X-trace is, where we're hovering. We can go and clear those X-traces. We can also do brush ranges, where I can select multiple ranges. And with that, I can see down here all these statistics about that range. I can see what the first value, last value, average, minimum, maximum, medium, delta, sum, upper control limit, lower control limit, standard deviation are for those ranges of those tags that we have selected. So we can get real quick data within this power chart to see the information that's there. We can also provide annotations. So let's say that I wanted to provide a note right here. Here is a cool note. I can add this note that we can basically store off there, and I can see notes back in time on information. Maybe we want to add more data to that trend. And so not only that, we can make this full screen, really see just the chart there. We can go and apply all the configuration, go to the settings. We can change axes, pens. We can change plots. We can add columns, show or hide columns, especially for the statistics that's there. We can really go a lot further and make it very easy. Not only that, this is built mobile responsive. So if I was on a phone, let's simulate this by going to a iPhone here. Basically, on a phone, you can see that I get all the same pens here. I can scroll through the different pens. It's like I said, everything's mobile responsive. These controls down here, they change location, and I can go and do the settings. I can export data. I can print it. All that very, very easily. So that's a really cool, powerful trending component that Perspective brings to the table, along with other really great components. So you saw some of those smart symbols or Perspective symbols that I was showing a minute ago. But not only that, from a mobile responsive standpoint, there's all sorts of different ways that we can do mobile responsive design. From using the coordinate container, and this is one where I'll actually go now switch it to responsive, where I can have screens that are fixed. So it just gives me scroll bars, so if I go up here, I can get scroll bars to go through it. Or of course it can be percentage based. So let's go make it a little bit smaller. And let's go percentage based, where if I do make it smaller, things will scale for me automatically. So you may or may not want that. You can do scaling. Let's go to another one here, column. There's might be things where you want this display like this when it's large. When it gets to a medium size, it just transforms and orients or changes the where these components are. Or if it goes to even smaller view, it could be one vertical view that we can scroll through very, very easily. Another good example is this breakpoint, where I have a table at a large size. If I go down on a phone, instead of getting a table, I get the cards. So it's just so many flexible ways that we can leverage these layouts in perspective to be able to get, build first class, really applications the way we want and have it one project for no matter where we want to get access. Now, I mentioned theming before. Theming is really cool. So right now I'm using the light theme. I can switch it to a dark theme. And you can see that everything automatically switches to that theme. From the menu, all these screens, right? Everything automatically switches to that theme. And you can build custom themes that you want to bring into the table there very, very easily. So we can easily switch between those themes. Not only that, but you can build applications and have interaction. You can have forums. You can not just display data. It's a real application you're building, and that's important. And perspective wasn't just like let's just display some data. Let's do a lot more with it. So I can do things like have buttons where you can have events that are happening. You can open pop-ups and move pop-ups around. You can have events like mouse enter, mouse leave. You can browse for files and drag and import stuff in the system. And really use that along with the native apps that I was talking about before. And so I do want to show this native app here real quick. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mirror my phone for a second. So here, oops. Sorry, let me get this up. So here's my phone. And if you're on a native a mobile device, you have a native app for perspective, we can get in there and leverage these the phone for all those sensors I was talking about. So let me go into the perspective demo here. And if I go over to the mobile screen here where I can leverage the phone, so you can see there's enable GPS. Enable that on, turn on, you can see there's my GPS coordinates. And I can use that now. As I move around, those would actually change. Now I'm stationary, so they're not going to change here. And maybe I want to scan a barcode. So if I look at, here's a barcode that I can scan, and it says, hey, hello, everybody. That's what the barcode was. I can use that very easily. I can turn on the accelerometer, and you can see that changing the X, Y, and Z from the accelerometer. We can use NFC. We can upload files. We can use do all QR codes. We can really leverage these devices for a lot more there. So hopefully this gives you a good sense of some of the power of what perspective can bring to the table. The last thing I want to point out real quick with this is sometimes you want people to build an application that's all somebody gets. Sometimes you want users to be in control of an application. They want to build what they want to build, or they want to kind of build their own dashboards. And let me show you this here. I'm going to go to an application where you're going to see logging in. So I have to log in through the federated identity to verify that I am somebody who, before I can actually add something. I can go in here, I can add a dashboard. And this is a project that we have available. Anybody could take advantage of. Let's say that I wanted to add a gauge here. I'll make it a little smaller. And I can go in here and say, I want the gauge to look at a particular tag in the system. So let's go and look at HMI, and I'll look at the day tank. So there's the value for the gauge. Whoops. Oh. Let's try this one more time. Okay, so that's not working. I don't know why it's not working there, but we're going to continue on. Let's say I want to put weather here. The point of this is to make it very, very easy for people to build dashboards out there and show information. It's a great project you can start from with the perspective, and it gives the users control of what they want to do. So not only can we just display data, but we can have real interaction. We can let them really be in control and build any kind of application that they want. Perspective gives so much possibility with what we can do with perspective. Hopefully the demo gave you that. So with that concludes my presentation here about the power of perspective. I do encourage all of you to go website, download the product, play around with it, see what perspective can do for you. And we all can change the future here, by leveraging the technology that exists right now. So let's envision a more innovative future today, and let's see the amazing things that you guys can build. With that, over to you, ELEMENT8.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for Travis. I don't know if you guys noticed, we watched the sun rise there with Travis. So he was a little bit, he had to wake up very early to join us this morning, and very, very appreciative for Travis to taking us through that. And I hope you guys can see where this technology is going, where the Perspective app is taking us. and all the possibilities a little bit outside of the traditional realm of SCADA that we can now take and implement with the technology that we've got. I want to talk about a little bit of something that we are also offering at ELEMENT8, obviously for our partners as well as for end users. Our training room is up and running. So we do offer training in all three of the products that you've seen here today. It includes the Flow Information Platform, the Canary Historian, as well as Ignition Platform or the SCADA platform. Please go to our website. You'll see our training schedule is up there, or contact us if you guys are interested in any training in any of the products that you've seen here today as well.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks, Lenny. Just two things we're going to ask you to do. The one thing is we'll be sure to share all of the resources from today. We've already spoken with our amazing customers that have shared their plants, very intimate information. By the way, if you're familiar with the social dilemma, you would know that there are only two industries in the world that call their customers users: illegal drugs and software. So we are absolutely, it's our customers. We were really, really blessed to have them present to us today. Very insightful. Thank you for that. Thank you to all of our partners that attended today. We'll share all of those resources with you. Please, when you have a quiet moment, go through. There is a lot to go through. It is a little bit like drinking from a fire hose, but there's really good content that's going to help you really skill up and get on board fairly quickly. Outside of the training, we've had a couple of training courses now. There's two really good platforms that exist in Inductive University as well as Canary Academy. Also, no charge to join any of those, and a quick, easy way to get going. Anything else from your side, Lenny?
Just want to reiterate the podcasts. So me and Jaco are doing podcasts, and we really like to get our community involved. So if you guys have any comments, any topics, even if you guys want to join us on a podcast, please feel free to contact us. We try and shoot a podcast about every week. And we've got some great content already on that show. So yeah, please shoot us an email or a message on what you would like to see on the next podcast.
Yeah, join the conversation, join the community, especially once you have the contact details of everybody that presented today. Make contact and get in touch and get some perhaps you had questions that weren't answered today, so please do that. You could have been in 100 different places today, but you chose to spend it with us. We really thank you for that. We had a lot of fun hosting it. It was good seeing everybody again. It was valuable. We hope you found it the same, and we will see you soon.
Perfect.
This won't be the last one. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.